Good evening, Professor Ramki. Welcome to day 2 of this GIAN course.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to all the participants, and we shall commence the session now. Please, Professor Ramki, floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. I'm glad you made it back to the second day, and that means that you're still interested in the course. I'm happy to see that we've got a good number of participants still. So today I'm going to pick up from where we left off. I'm going to share the screen and also ask you some questions, how much you grasped. So I have an idea. So let me do this. I'll go to entire screen and I'll do share. Because I get a sense that so how many of you understood the two general problems? Some of you understand it quite well, because this actually it is a very subtle problem, and the underlying theory is called common knowledge. You can never attain common knowledge in the presence of uncertain unreliable communication. Okay, and in that context, I introduced to you two terms, two kinds of consensus. One's called Byzantine consensus, other one is called a non-Byzantine consensus. Can somebody tell me the difference between the two?
So non-Byzantine means faulty, but not malicious.
Correct. And Byzantine could involve nodes that are malicious, and they can do nasty things. And whereas in non-Byzantine case, so what are the algorithmic examples of non-Byzantine? That's the correct answer. So I gave a couple of examples of well-known algorithms for non-Byzantine consensus. Okay, so this is essential to knowledge in distributed systems. If you are doing research in distributed systems, you should really know these things, understand them. And the two well-known consensus algorithms that work for non-Byzantine is Paxos by Leslie Lamport. The other one is Raft. This is a student of Austerhaus out of Stanford, and him authored this. What about for Byzantine case? In the case of Byzantine, there is a Castro and Liskov is called PBFT, Practical Byzantine Fault Tolerant Algorithm, and there are various implementations of both of these flavors of consensus algorithms. All right, so now that we kind of bridged the gap between yesterday and today, let's continue. There's just a couple of slides I couldn't get to finish. This has to do with what should we expect in a good ledger, actually, or a blockchain. And so I was giving some requirements, such as it should be append only, so you can never change what's already in there. So that leads to the second bullet, which should be immutable. Once it's written, it is there permanently, and it should be auditable, which anybody can just go through it and should be able to verify any kind of transactions. And it should have integrity. Integrity means that there should not be inconsistent data in that. And there should be what's called provenance. Provenance is that you should be able to trace to the origin of where a transaction or ownership came from. And I'm going to expand on that last bullet point on provenance. And so this looks, again, this is one of those very busy slides. And I got this from, there is a company called Everledger that uses IBM's Hyperledger Fabric. And one common example they keep giving in their marketing literature is how to identify provenance. Provenance means that a particular diamond came from. So that verifies the authenticity of the diamond. So let's just go through one step at a time. So let's just first of all read off the text that's in bold. So it's a blockchain and diamonds.
Professor Ramki, sorry to interrupt you. I think the font on the right side of the slide is quite small.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do about it. What I'm going to do instead, can you guys see the numbers at least?
Yes, the numbers are visible.
Yeah, so the only thing I can do is just to make it full screen, or actually even better, let me see this. I can try to make it presentation mode. Is that any better, the fonts?
Yeah, no, it is a little better. Yeah, yes.
It's a little better, but I'm still going to read them anyway, right?
Sure.
I don't want readers. I don't want the readers to go around reading them ahead of time anyway. So I will just specify what each step is, and we'll walk around the circle. Okay.
Perfect. Sure, Professor.
So how this is IBM's. Remember, IBM's Hyperledger Fabric is a permissioned blockchain. It's of course coming from IBM, and they published an open source. So, but much of the development work came from IBM engineers. That's called Fabric, and it comes shipped with Raft implementation. But they say that it's a pluggable consensus engine. You have to take that with a grain of salt, in the sense that you cannot really bring your own consensus engine and then plug it in and replace that. For example, put Paxos or what. You cannot not do that very easily without forking the published public domain version of Hyperledger Fabric. And if you understand what I said, what is forking, and then what are the risks of forking an open source software and all that, then you understand why I say that this is not practical. Okay, let me first of all hide this. I don't want this. And so what we are doing here is we're providing a proof of custody. So this is like it also comes up, for example, safety of pharmaceuticals. Say you are going to a drugstore and picking up your prescription medication. You want to be sure that the ingredients that went into it came from reliable sources. So there also you need what is called a chain of custody. So for example, where did the raw materials come from? Where were the raw materials assembled and packaged, and how was it shipped? And how did it how was it distributed to the distributor, and how did it make it to the retailer, and what happened in that? So that's what is called the chain of custody, right? When something like a pharmaceutical is involved, people's lives are at risk. You need a good chain of custody. Okay? So this Everledger is going to show you the chain of custody with the diamonds. So let's see. So this, what the claim is, that it helps fight fraud, prevents the sale of diamonds from conflict zones. Conflict zones is like, I don't know how many of you know, there's a controversy around diamonds, whether when they are mined, there is some violence involved when they are extracted and polished and all this. And I don't fully understand the politics of diamonds, other than the fact that to say that I have seen this movie called Blood Diamonds. Okay, so that, other than that, I don't know much else about it. So the first step is when you look at that first, I don't know, pentagon or whatever that is, and is a rough diamond leaves the mine. That's the first step. And so there, and then second step is it is certified as a conflict-free under the Kimberley process. So I'm guessing that there is some sort of international agreement as to what the Kimberley process is, and they certify saying that it's coming from a conflict-free zone. And then step number 3 is that the diamond is distributed to the gem market where it's cut and polished. And number 4 is a certification house grades the diamond and what kind of quality of the diamond it is, and so on. And number 5 is, alongside the paper certification, Everledger creates a digital thumbprint. So this is where it is somewhat similar to an NFT. You are creating, because the diamonds are non-fungible. You cannot swap one diamond for another. So this here is where the company Everledger, using Hyperledger Fabric, creates a digital thumbprint of the diamond. That's step 5, describing its carat, color, clarity, cut, and the laser inscription on the girdle of the stone. So they somehow managed to inscribe on the girdle of the stone, as well as the 40 other metadata points. So they collect some of these things, create some kind of a thumbprint. And the 6th step, this data is entered into a blockchain. This is where your permission blockchains comes into play. The data is secure, tamper-proof, because it is held on a decentralized digital ledger. So multiple copies of this thing. So this ledger exists at different points, different merchants, different diamond merchants, banks, and what have you. And step 7 is that the diamond is set into precious metals and then retailed to customers as finished jewelry. Step 8 is each time the diamond is sold and resold on the open market, the event is recorded and time-stamped. So this is much like a transaction, how the NFT is changing hands. And the data in the digital ledger is linked into a chain of blocks, so that once recorded, so that's something that got cut somewhere. So somehow they keep track of how it changes hands. That's the chain of custody. Step number 9 is if the diamond is stolen, the theft is reported to the police and the insurers. And so the last step, you see the stolen diamond cannot be resold without its true identity and the provenance being revealed. So if you look at that, shows that you are able to trace back the previous ownership. So that's what this the center thing here is. It shows like the change of hands. Whenever it changes hands, the ownership is recorded on Hyperledger Fabric by this company Everledger. And this is how the provenance is maintained. So this is also like, if you're curious about how to put an NFT on a blockchain, this is an example of that. One thing that I wanted to say about Ethereum was that Ethereum can be used both as a permission blockchain as well as a permissionless blockchain. If one chooses to use Ethereum for chain of custody and provenance reasons, they can certainly do so. All right, let me get out of this presentation mode. And so that concludes what I was saying here in the initial lecture about where the cyberpunk movement came from, the broad categories of public and private blockchains, how they differ, the algorithmic consensus and versus a game theoretic consensus. And I will go into much more detail on exactly what this game theoretic consensus is that is required for public blockchains or permissionless blockchains. And we looked at what the blockchain requirements are, that it needs to be append only, it needs to have integrity, it needs to have provenance, and so on and so forth. Okay. So let me close this PowerPoint out and shift to my next presentation, which is I believe today we have the morning session I am covering and the evening session, the afternoon session you are covering. Is that correct, Karthik?
Yes, Professor.
Yes,
that's correct. The first two sessions will be delivered by you. For the afternoon, I'll be delivering the rest too.
Yeah. So I am sure that you're going. There's plenty of cryptography. If you start covering cryptography, there are so many topics to it but I will pick ones that I suspect that you won't be covering, and my approach is going to be different, and you probably will approach it from much more technical angle, so a little bit more of mathematics behind it, and so on. But here I will give from the perspective of the end user how one can use different kinds of cryptography. That sounds good?
Sounds good. Yeah, please. Yes, Professor.
All right. So this is a rough overview of the cryptography that I'm going to show you in the next 45 minutes or so. So the first thing that I'm going to start out with what's called the key distribution problem. And then from there, we will go to secure multi-party, what's called secure multi-party computation. And once we get through secure multi-party computation, I will show you what's called Shamir's secret sharing. And then again, all this, I'll show you what is called the zero knowledge proofs. And finally, I'll show you some applications of all these concepts that come together. So this was what I was referring to when I said in my overview yesterday morning that all these topics that I have learned over my career at different points in time, looking at them and thinking that they look fairly esoteric, but very beautiful pieces of work in computer science. But I never thought I'll see a day where they're actually put to use. And cryptocurrency is the playground in which all of this come alive. All of them actually work together in achieving a purpose. Because they have some real problems with some real value that needs to be protected. And this cryptography rises to the occasion. And so that's the reason why I wanted to cover some of these nice little topics. So the first question I'm going to ask is, how many of you know what is public key cryptography? How many of you know what this means? Okay. And if you say you know public key cryptography, give me an example of an algorithm that uses public key crypto.
RSA algorithm, sir.
RSA is a good example of that.
Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm.
Yes, there are a few others, Diffie-Hellman and elliptic curve cryptography and so on and so forth. So why do you think before public key public key cryptography came about roughly in the mid-70s. Okay, how were people exchanging secrets in the presence of adversaries prior to that? Correct. So this is a relatively recent phenomenon, right? So you say maybe 50 years ago, but prior to 50 years ago, how was it done? So you see this when you see these James Bond movies. This is what you see, right? Two people sit next to a bank, and they are like on a park, sitting on a park, and they have similar looking suitcases. If you see the spy movies, this is what. So this lady will pick up that guy's briefcase, and guy will pick up her briefcase, and inside there is possibly a secret that or some communication channel. They're going to use that secret key, and they use the secret key to encrypt the communication between them. So in the olden days, somehow you needed to meet in person to exchange a key using which you needed to encrypt a communication channel, right? So how can one avoid meeting this in person? So imagine that you need to communicate with somebody who lives far away in a different country, and you need to encrypt something and send it to them. What could you do? So what I have in my next slide is that I've shown a potential. So actually, the reason why I have this is which is not in the presentation mode. Okay, so yeah. So what I have here is that if I want to send something to a secret, right? Here is a key encrypt. For example, this could be a page from the Bible on page 300, and say that we are going to start using from this page number, starting from this text, and take your message you want to do, and then have a simple way to encrypt it using the text within this standard book, and then you say start here, and then you send that across. But the thing is, if you send it with an open lock, that's not good. People can look at what is inside the box. So you put a lock on the box and you send it over. The issue when you put a lock on the box and you send it over is that your recipient who is living in some other country has no access to the key of this yellow lock. Okay. So the only way they can really do anything with this is, well, I really don't know how to open this box. Instead, let me do this. I'm going to put my own lock on top of your lock, right? And put these both locks and send it back to the. So if you think of on the left side as Alice and on the right hand side as Bob, the Bob sends it back to Alice. So Alice can just lift the red lock and remove the yellow lock and send the box back to Bob. And then in step 3, when Bob gets this, Bob is able to get rid of that red lock, open the box, and say, okay, this is the key. And for communication, I can use the key that is inside this box, and then they can establish a new channel. So, so what is the purpose of doing all these things? Is just to avoid meeting in person, so that we can agree on a key using which we can encrypt and create a secret communication channel. That's the idea of this 3-step protocol. Does everybody understand this? And I am going to give you a hint that this doesn't really work. Okay, does anybody know why this doesn't work? Karthik, you need to tell me if somebody answers the question.
Sure, Prof. Ramki. So far, no pings. Participants, please feel free to ping your responses to me.
Yeah, so I'm saying that this has a fatal flaw, And I want, if somebody can think on their feet quickly and tell me what that fatal flaw is, I'll be impressed, but I don't expect an answer. But I will give a couple of minutes for you to think about why this doesn't work. All right. So, okay. So I think it is kind of difficult to see what the issue with this approach is. First of all, let me clarify one term that I have used, and I assumed everybody knew what that was. And I used what is called a session key. So session key is something, you go through these steps, and mailing a box takes several days, and then getting the box back maybe another some more days, and then finally this thing is slow, right? And then at the end, what have you accomplished? Alice has accomplished to send a way to encrypt future communication and using a key, and that key, she has written it out on a piece of paper, and using that key they are able to get on the phone, for example, or use email or something that's faster communication mechanism, or use, back in the day they used to have this called what is that thing called, Telegram. They can use something called Telegram, so they can encrypt any number of methods. They were real time. Okay, so once you have the secret key and then you want to communicate for 20-30 minutes, Alice wants to communicate with Bob, and Bob would retrieve the secret key for the what I call the session key. Okay, take that and use that session key, whatever they wanted to communicate, and they would communicate using the session key for that particular period of time, for those 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and just discard the key. And then, a month or two goes by, or like a year goes by, and they want to establish again another session. They have to go through this protocol and come up with a new session key. Session key is essentially something that they use it for the time being, for one session, and they discard it once they're done with it. Okay. Anyway, so that's so I want you to remember what that is, because that there's a key distinction between that. So the reason why this breaks down, this simplistic protocol breaks down, is what is called a man in the middle attack, or monkey in the middle attack. I call this the monkey in the middle attack. What happens is that somebody at the border, especially if it's in different country, in the border country, so they would intercept the box you are mailing in the step one. Right, so that's the yellow lock you have, and this monkey puts this black lock on top of it and sends it to Alice, and Alice has no way of telling if this is really coming from Bob or if it's coming from the monkey, because it's just two locks, and Alice assumes it is coming from Bob, and she would remove this lock, yellow lock, and sends it back, and now this monkey would take out this black lock, because the black lock was put by the monkey, look at the secret key, make a copy of the secret key, and initiate the same identical protocol with Bob on the right hand side, this time initiating step 1' to Bob, and then Bob is thinking he's talking to Alice, and then he puts the red lock and sends it back to the monkey. The monkey removes the black lock, sends the red lock, and finally Bob removes the red lock and gets the secret key. Now guess what? Now if Alice and Bob communicate using this secret key, monkey is in the middle, and if the monkey wiretaps, and the monkey will be able to decrypt. So it's no longer a secret channel, the channel is compromised. Does everybody understand what is the problem with what I've described in the first step? Is this weakness clear?
Participants, may we know your responses, please? You can just ping in yes or no.
Or just to unmute and just say yes, no, and mute it back.
Yeah, I think many of them, I mean, yeah, all of them are saying yes.
Very good. All right. So, how can we fix this problem? So this protocol seems to be pretty good, right? So the way to fix this problem leads to my next, actually, I'm just going to say it informally. And these are the things, I don't know if, were you planning on covering this, Karthik, this afternoon? How does an RSA work at high level and things like that?
Yep, I'll be covering certain details of RSA and the Diffie-Hellman formulations, the discrete logarithmic problems, and so on. Yeah.
Okay. So essentially, what is lacking here, the reason why this step broke down, is because I had no way to tell the red log really came from Bob, because the red log, I cannot tell whether the log that belongs to Bob or whether the log belongs to the monkey in the middle. So I have no way to tell where it's coming from. And the solution to this is what is called a certificate. You need to have a certificate that is vouching for the authenticity of the origin. So somebody needs to tell me that this lock is actually belongs to Bob, and I should have a quick way to verify that. All right. So how is that accomplished digitally? Is the subject on the next couple of slides. I'm just going to show you this. So in the public key cryptography, so there is always a pair of keys. Okay, so there is what's called a public key and a secret key, and I'm going to call the secret key S with the first letter, and the public key as P as the first letter of the public key P. Okay, so they have some beautiful mathematical properties, which if time permitting, Karthik might go into this afternoon. What they have is they have the property of commutativity. So what that means is that if you take a message M, so message M is little m, and then you apply this function S on that. So it's a key, right? So what does it mean to say applying a key? What that means is that you are either encrypting or decrypting. So if you apply this function S on M, and then you apply P on top of that, they cancel each other out. P and S are, I remember what I told you, these are like a pair. P and S are like a pair that correspond to each other, and they have these number theoretic properties that if you apply in succession, one after another, either first S followed by P or first P followed by S, they cancel each other out, and you can get M back. Okay? So, so if the order in which you apply these things they have different names. If we apply the secret key on top of the message, it is called signing. And if you apply a P on top of it, of M, is called encryption. So the first thing I would like to reiterate is that this adjective public and the adjective private. What is this adjective public means? It means that you want the rest of the world to know your public key is P. In fact, in cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin, if you want to send somebody money, you would be sending using their public key. So they would have an identity, and that identity has a pair of keys. The secret key, they secretly guard it in multiple different ways, and I'll show you how they guard it later on today. But private key is not to be revealed. You must like your password. And the public key, you want everybody to know. I guess there are various ways of disseminating your public key. Many times people put it in their signature, in email signature, saying that here is my public key, and so on and so forth. Okay. So that's the purpose of the public key in this. So for example, let's get back to here. If if Bob takes the red key, red lock, and applies the private key function on this, okay, it looks like gibberish, right? I mean, so when we're talking about locks and all this, what does it mean? But if he has a way of taking, let's just say that he has a way of putting a sticker on it that cannot be removed, and that sticker contains the message that this belongs to Bob. Takes that this belongs to Bob. He applies the his secret key on it. Now it looks like a random string, and he prints this random string and he puts it on that red lock. Okay, and then now Alice, including the rest of the world, presumably knows what Bob's public key is. So she would take a look at the red lock, look at the sticker on that random string, apply the public key of Bob on that, and that now she's convinced that it is coming from Bob. So I know I oversimplified this because even this is not 100% attack proof. Because somebody can get on hack Bob's web server or email server and start propagating. This monkey can start propagating. Here is Bob's public key. Right now, Alice is confused. What is really Bob's public key? So then that's where you get into all the certification authorities and things like that. That's one order of more complexity that beyond the scope of what I want to get into at this point. But it suffices to say that you can understand where I'm coming from here. You said that the red lock, the Bob takes a string saying that this lock belongs to Bob. He encrypts it with his secret key, which he only has, no one else has. Takes a random string, sticks it on that red lock, sends it here, and here Alice takes that random string. She has access to Bob's public key, and for now we will assume that it truly belongs to Bob, the public key, and then she is able to decipher and conclude that the red lock really belongs to Bob and not some monkey in the middle. Now, does everybody understand how public key cryptography plays a role here? So this needs to be signed in some ways. Okay, so the first step is called signing. So before he attaches a lock, Bob needs to sign the lock and send it, and anybody can looking at that lock now is convinced it is coming from Bob. Okay. So here I've put down some notation. So whenever anybody says public key cryptography, the first thing that should come to your mind is it's a pair of keys. It is not a single key. Okay, there is a public key the world knows, and there's a secret key they guard with their lives. Okay, so Alice public keys, I'm going to call them P sub A for Alice, secret key S sub A. Similarly for Bob, I'm going to use P sub B and S sub B. So to establish a secret channel with Bob, so we don't have boxes and locks and padlocks, and so what they do digitally nowadays is to establish a secret channel with Bob. Alice selects a session key. Like a session key is used for what is called the symmetric key cryptography, and sends. It takes that public key of Bob, which she knows and the rest of the world knows what public key of Bob is, encrypts it, and sends it over open channel. And nobody can decrypt it other than Bob, because nobody has an inverse function for PB. Only SB is known only to Bob. So Bob recomputes SB applying on top of what he received, retrieves the K. Now they continue to use K as the session key. You say, how does Alice know PB? And like I said, maybe she goes to his website and downloads his public key, or she retrieves one of his email messages, and it is as part of his signature. He publicizes his public key, and so on and so forth. There are various ways of how this can be disseminated. I'll stop here for a second and ask, are there any questions on this?
There is a question, but
Yes.
not related to this slide, Professor. As the data is immutable in blockchain, how to update the data which has been erroneously written by a transaction, which is asked by Shastri.
So, okay, so I have your discussion on that. First of all, nothing can be erased once it is written to the blockchain, and in fact, I would go into quite a bit of detail what some people have done. They have done somewhat funny things, somewhat nasty things to the blockchain, and so on and so forth. And I'll show you what those examples are, how they managed to do it. And once it is written to the blockchain, it cannot be. And that's remember that one of the slides I had like 3 or 4 slides ago about property of a good ledger is that it should be append only. So once you append something to it, it can never be unappended or modified in any way. Okay. So let's keep that in mind. So so the way different blockchains deal with it is different. Okay, and it depends on the application. And and we will look at the specific examples. What happens if there is a erroneous append of a block in Bitcoin blockchain, how that is sidestepped, and how the community. I have a discussion on that. So we'll just see. This is the thing that I was asking. When if you come up with questions that are nothing to do with the slide I have up, that takes the time away from the discussion I want to stay focused on, because I have answers for all these things. You just have to be patient. All right. So my question right now is that I want to convince you that there is a way that lockbox with locks and sending back and forth can be accomplished digitally, and this is the way it is done. To establish a session, you first of all get the public key of the recipient, encrypt a session key, send it, and the recipient peels off the public key using the secret key they have, and use the session key. So once you have the session key, then you switch over to what is called symmetric key cryptography. Symmetric is, so now I'm going to stop and pause and ask the same question I asked before. Give me some examples of symmetric key cryptography. Does anybody know examples of symmetric key cryptography?
Participants, please ping your answers. Yeah, I'm getting something. Caesar cipher. I think Shastri means DES.
Yep. AES and DES, and there are blowfish and a whole bunch of other examples of that. So the beauty of this having this the shared key, it's called a shared key. Now Alice has the key K, and as well as Bob has key K, right? Just once you have the shared key, the encryption decryption can go much faster because they're using the same key to encrypt as well as to decrypt. And so that's what's called symmetric key cryptography, because it's the same key that is being used for encryption as well as for decryption. Here, this is called public key cryptography. Synonymously also referred to as asymmetric key cryptography, because one key is used for encryption, another one is used for decryption. You use PB, for example. Bob uses PB for encrypting it, and for signatures and all that, for uses S, and if somebody sends it to decrypt it, he uses as a different key. Okay, that's asymmetric key cryptography. So the questions, remember what I was asking you? So why can't Monkey put on this black lock and create this sticker and says that, and sign it, and saying that here is Bob's public key, and masquerade. So Monkey is masquerading as Bob. right? So, and he somehow manages to convince Alice and the rest of the world that the identity of the monkey is Bob by publicizing a public key that doesn't really belong to Bob. So then Alice is going to be fooled, and so that she thinks that the black lock really belongs to Bob and takes her yellow lock off and sends it, and then it falls into the wrong hands. So the way to fix that is using what's called a certificate. What you do is that you not only you have a public key private key pair, and you have that public key signed by some certificate authority. So what it does then is that it becomes it gives an extra level of guarantee that this key belongs to the claimed identity. So how can Alice be sure PB belongs to Bob? So you use certificates. And how does PayPal know your identity? And so how do you know? For example, when you get on like a PayPal or something like that, and how do you know that you're talking to PayPal, or if you're talking to some other fake server in the middle? Okay, and so how many of you are familiar with what this certificate is? Most of you know what a certificate is? Or am I just... Yes, everybody knows what this is?
No responses are coming through, so I presume no.
Okay.
A few of them are saying yes.
Okay, so what a certificate authority is, if I go to Amazon or someone of this Flipkart or in India, I don't know what big e-commerce servers are, and I put in my credit card, I'm risking something, right? And I don't know if I'm really talking to, just like how Alice was concerned whether she is really talking to Bob or is somebody else in the middle, is that she can demand and say that, okay, prove to me that you are Bob. And I have this public key, you are giving me a public key, but I don't know whether this public key really belongs to you. And so let me see if I can do this. If I open this, and if I go to, let me kill this, if I go to Amazon.com, then so if I go to Amazon.com, and when I click on this padlock, and it says connection is secure, you click on that, and it says certificate is valid. You click on that, and it shows you the certificate. And you open that and say, okay, really, what is this? And then you say, well, let me take a look at that. And then you see that it is claiming that it is Amazon.com. This is the common name, right? And there is a serial number, and it is using RSA encryption, and it's got a signature, and so on and so forth. There are other DNS names and certificate policies. And so on and so forth. There is one thing that I wanted to point out. So this is certified by a company called DigiCert, and this is what's called a certification authority. It is just like your passport office, or like your office that issues Aadhaar cards, or like your driver's licenses. It's a centralized entity. So, though we are dealing with decentralized computation and public key cryptography, these other things, but certain things, unfortunately, you cannot avoid this. And when we talk about trusted third parties, I'm going to bring up the issues with having certification authorities and whether there are any alternatives to this. And this is saying that I am going to vouch by signing the public key of Amazon that this is indeed Amazon. Okay, so what is happening is there's two levels of protection here. and one is public key cryptography, public key and private key. In addition, it is this is also actually turns out it is signed by a company called DigiCert. Okay, and the big one is one of the first ones. A certification authority is the name is VeriSign. You might have heard of VeriSign. We get around all the risks of communicating in public. So this is how you establish your public key, private key. So what happens in HTTPS? Look, what I did here was I went down here, and if I just look at this HTTPS here, this protocol is HTTPS, HTTP secure. So what happens with HTTP versus HTTPS is that this actually creates a secret channel for that session, much like that Alice and Bob example I gave like 5 or 6 slides ago. And so the client approaches to the web server saying that I want to use HTTPS. In this case, it's me, it's Ramki, going to Amazon.com saying that I want to establish a secret channel with your server. And server comes back and says, here is my certificate. So that was the padlock. I clicked the padlock. And then it says, I look at the certificate. So when I say I look at it, it's my browser doing my work. Okay. And that contains the public key. The client checks if the certificate expired. And the client checks if the certification authority that signed is a trusted authority listed in the browser. So the browser has, I told you, 5 or 6 hard-coded trusted authorities, and whether the certification authority is one of them. In that case, it also checks to see it's the fully qualified domain name of the server matches the common name. And finally, if everything is successful, an SSL connection is initiated. Okay? So this is how HTTPS works. So yeah, any questions on this? I'm sure you wondered why is it secure and how is it established. As you can see, initially it is very much a combination of public key cryptography. Once I know I am really talking to Amazon or I am really talking to PayPal, I retrieve their public key and I take their public key and create a session key randomly and encrypt it with their public key and send it to them, just like how Alice was sending a session key in that box. And then that server would have a way to strip out this public key using the secret key, and then they have a shared key at that point. Both the client, which is my browser, and the web server now share a key, and they can use that key to do symmetric key encryption. So it's always a combination of initially using public key cryptography for key distribution. Once the key is distributed and agreed upon, and they cut over to symmetric key cryptography because it's so much faster. The issue with the thing that I didn't emphasize here is that public key cryptography, all these beautiful properties it has. When you do P of S and S of P, they all come out to be M. The way that you can guarantee these properties is that you need to do arithmetic on large integers, that don't even fit in long 64-bit byte numbers. So you need to do arithmetic on those things. And so as a result, this computation is extremely slow. Okay, so it is okay to use it for key distribution. But once you have a symmetric key on both ends, you stop using this and you cut over to symmetric key encryption like AES or DES or any one of them. Any questions?
Professor, there is one question from Kiran Babu. What if
Yes.
The public key owner and the certificate authority are the same?
So if you want to communicate with certification authority?
Yes, that seems to be the intent of the question.
Yeah, so if I want to communicate with the DigiCert, so then we don't even, this is even simpler at this point. because I already know the DigiCert's public key because it is hard-coded into the browser. I can just simply pick up when it comes and presents. They can self-sign the certificate at that point, right? And since I already know their public key, there is no doubt that I am talking to DigiCert. Problem is even simpler, right? Because it's baked into my browser, and then I would randomly create a session key, encrypt it with their public key, and send it over to them. So the problem is even simpler when talking to the certification authority. So I think. So here, if I were to go to DigiCert, public key infrastructure company, click this, and then click who signed it. It's an interesting question. Maybe one certification authority signs another one. Who knows, right? And certificate is valid. It's actually it looks like a self-signed. What happened here? Connection is secure. Let's open this. And I wanted to open this. And you can see they signed it by themselves. Issued by DigiCert itself. You see? They self-signed it. But because they are a trusted authority, they don't need anyone else. Does it answer the question?
Yes, Professor.
Okay,
I think there are no other questions from the participants.
Okay, cool. Let me kill this because it sometimes seems to consume my CPU. All right, so I want to stop here and switch gears. And by now, I hope I have given you a high-level overview of what is public key encryption and what is symmetric key encryption. I have not shown you how exactly either AES works or any of the symmetric key encryption works. So this is something that you have to assume that if two parties communicating, Alice and Bob, if they share a key already, then they have some mechanism by which they can encrypt and decrypt. Okay, and I will not go into that. But the issue of key distribution is solved by all the slides I've shown you so far with Alice and Bob, and sometimes monkey in the middle and things like that, how to get around that issues and why certification authority is relevant here and so on and so forth. All right, so we have 3 minutes. Okay, but in 3 minutes, what I will do is that before you guys go and you have a tea break, right? It's 15-minute tea break.
Yes, Professor.
Yeah, so it's a great time for this break. For all of you can go out and think about this question. So the problem statement is that Alice, Bob, and Charlie meet, and they would like to find the average of their salaries. And the only constraint is that they are what are called honest but curious model. Okay, so if you are in security and privacy, there are various adversarial models. So here, what you are assuming, the participants like Alice, Bob, and Charlie, ABC, they are honest, so they will truthfully tell you what their salary, not tell you, but they will truthfully contribute to computation of average what their salary is. They're not going to lie. And they will truthfully compute average values and so on and so forth. And they truthfully pass on what they are requested to pass on a certain information. So they honestly participate in the protocol, but they're curious in the sense that, Bob wants to know how much Alice makes, or Bob wants to know how Charlie makes, right? So this model is called honest but curious. So this is a kind of an interesting privacy model. And so what obviously Alice doesn't want to reveal her salary to Bob and Charlie. She wants to keep it a secret. and Bob and same thing with Bob and Charlie. They all want to keep their individual salaries is secret, but they want to collectively participate in the protocol and find out the average of their 3 salaries. Okay, so now take a break for 15 minutes and think about how you would solve this question. And when we come back, I will show you 2 different solutions for this. Okay, can we
Sure, Professor.
stop? Is a good point to stop, Karthik?
Yeah, sure, Professor. I think that's a thought-provoking question for all the participants to ponder over during the 15 minutes break. Thank you, Professor Ramki, for the first session. Participants will resume the second session at 11:45 a.m.
And also, when you come back, also, if anything that I've said in the first hour, you still have lingering doubts, please bring them to me. And before we look at this problem and its solution, and I will address them before I switch gears, because it is fairly fun of public cryptography to cryptocurrencies, blockchains, and so on. And it's important that you understand at the level I taught you, without teaching any mathematics, at functional level, how they operate. What is a secret key? How, and can I apply it in a different order? How do I sign something? How can somebody be sure that it is really coming from Bob or it's really coming from Alice? How can they be sure? And what's the role of certification authority? These concepts, there should be zero doubt in your mind the purpose of them. So if you have some lingering doubts, I will spend a few minutes because I think it is really central to blockchains. And then we will look at a solution to this. So have a nice tea break, and I'll see you in a few minutes.
Sure, Professor Ramki. Thank you. Welcome back after the short break. Prof. Ramki, we can commence the second session. Floor is yours, please.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome everybody back. First, before I proceed with this new topic, I want to ask you about public key cryptography. Does anybody have any questions on either on public, like private key, public key, how to sign something saying that this is originating from you, or how to ensure, how somebody can be sure that the public key claimed by a certain person really belongs to that person or entity. So the role played by certification authorities, any of those concepts. So I assume, I take it as a no, everybody understands it clearly enough, so I can proceed?
Yes, please, Professor.
Yeah. All right. So does anybody have ideas as how I can solve this question? And maybe you've seen this question before. It's a relatively popular way to phrase this secure multi-party computation question, computing the average. It actually, a little bit about history of this. Back in the 80s, a computer scientist by name Andrew Yao, the Chinese computer scientist, he's got double PhDs, one in physics and one in computer science, introduced a problem called the Millionaires Problem. So, who is richer between the two of them? Neither one wants to reveal their net worth, and they conclude whoever is richer is going to pay for the dinner. And so how would they participate in a greater than computation? So greater than operator between inputs A and B. A doesn't want to reveal A, B doesn't want to reveal B, but they want to do this Boolean operation A greater than B and derive either true or false based on that outcome. That person would pay or not pay for the dinner. So that's how it started. It was a simple IPL paper, information processing letters paper, and those in the field know that that's a paper that you would submit your publications when they are really short. But boy, did anybody know what kind of impact it was going to have. It spawned an entire field of secure multi-party computations. And that is central to many things in cryptocurrencies and blockchains and so on and so forth. So this is a variation of that computation. You're not computing the greater than operator. Here you want to compute A plus B plus C divided by 3. And without knowing the person who's computing the sum or the average does not have access to the individual inputs. So that's abstractly, mathematically, that's the question. So does anybody know how to do this? And if you have seen this, for the sake of others, I request you not to contribute the solution because it's fun for people to think about it and come up on their own. But if you have not seen it and if you have some ideas, please throw them out there, use the microphone, unmute, comment if there are any clarifications you need. The question, I think, is fairly simple to state. I will give a few seconds. And I'll go to my next slide and make it concrete by putting 3 people there and putting certain salaries. And as you can see, when you average that, it should average be 50,000.
Sir, actually, I Googled the answers.
Yeah, so then don't spoil it for others.
Yes.
Does anybody have an idea how to do this? In a privacy preserving way, this is also can be called privacy preserving computation. Have you seen this problem, Karthik, before?
Yes, Prof. Let me not spoil the answer for others.
Okay, you have seen this. Okay.
There is one response from Ms. Mansa that says by adding random numbers and subtracting the same amount.
And so that's getting close to what I want to hear. Can Mansa be more specific as to say, let's say, who starts it, who creates the random number, and then how do they proceed from that point? I'm willing to help by saying, Mansa can unmute and you can say what you want to say. So who would generate a random number?
Anyone, sir? Or like 3 members are
Okay,
there.
let's be specific and let's just go in alphabetical order. Say Alice generates a random number.
Okay.
Right? So, and so Alice generates a random number of, let's say that number turns out to be 55,000. Actually, I put one too many zeros. Let me get rid of that. Okay, then what happens after you generate the random number? What do you do with the random number? So Alice has her own salary, 40,000, and she has a random number, 55,000. What is she going to do with that?
Now I will add them, sir.
Okay, so that is 95,000, right?
Okay. Okay,
and
sir.
then what do we do with 95,000?
Send it to B.
Send it to B, and B receives 95,000, and B has in his possession, Bob has in his possession 60,000. What is Bob going to do now?
He also adds random number.
He also adds a random number. So okay, and then so now we have B has let's call the salary little a, right? So B has in his possession A plus R1, which is the first random number. To that he added B. Does he add B 60,000 to it?
60,000 plus some random number plus.
Okay. So then, so B has in his possession 60,000 plus 40,000. That's 100,000 plus R1 plus R2, right?
Yes, sir.
And then what does he do with that?
Again, Z also. Sorry. C.
He passes that to Charlie. C.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Again,
So
he also
now C is in possession of 100,000 plus R1 plus R2. What does Charlie do with that quantity?
Okay. Now he again sends to A.
Does he add his own salary C to it? Or?
Yes, sir. He will add.
Okay. So he adds 50,000, so it becomes 150,000.
No, 50,000 plus random 3, R3.
Plus R3. So R1 plus R2 plus R3. And what does A do at that point?
A knows his random number, he will subtract. And B knows his, again from A, B. Again, B knows his random number, he will subtract. C knows his random number, he will subtract. Finally, we will get that number by 3.
So C finally, C gets, so when the second round, when A removes, strips out R1, so A plus B plus C plus R2 plus R3 goes from A to B, right? From Alice to Bob.
And
then Bob
plus B plus C plus R2 plus R3. Bob removes R2.
Bob removes R2. Bob removes R2 because he doesn't know R3. And then Charlie removes, what does Charlie do?
He removes R3. Now
He removes
we'll get
R3.
the sum.
Now he knows A plus B plus C.
Without knowing their individual salary.
Without knowing the individual salary, he knows A plus B plus C. And then he can divide that by 3 and announce the result. You know, that is very close to what I was about to show you. And actually, you don't really need 3 random numbers. Do you need 3 random numbers? Yeah, maybe you need 3 random numbers. But if you had only 1 random number, okay. So what I had in here means you take A, which is 40,000, so Alice generates 50,000, adds to her own salary, and then to that now from B cannot figure out from R plus A what is Alice's salary. To that Bob adds his own salary to that and sends it to C. And can C figure out the Bob's salary from that quantity? He cannot, because he doesn't know A, he doesn't know R, and he cannot figure out B. And then to that he adds this his own salary to that, to Alice, and then Alice removes the random number, right? So I've given specific values here. So 40,000 to you add 55,000 to that, it becomes 95,000 random number. And to 95,000 you add 60,000, it becomes 155,000. To that you add 50,000 to that becomes 205,000. And from 205,000 you remove, subtract 55, which is the random number, you get 150,000. Now Alice knows the sum, it divides it by 3 and announces the result. What's wrong with this?
Same random number using.
So you don't. So this you seem to use one less random number. Do you need the other two random numbers?
B can possible, if same random number, B will subtract from A and he can know, sir.
So in this specific example, so B receives 95,000, right?
Okay, sir.
And how can he conclude Alice's salary is 40,000? Because he doesn't know 55,000. 55,000 is a secret only Alice knows. What do you think about this? First of all, the number of steps, right, is fewer in this. No, I think your solution is also correct, except it has had the 2 additional steps, right? And it seemed to again go from A to B and then B to C, and then so addition of random numbers round and the deletion of random numbers round until it reaches C again. And
there is a response from Venkataramana which says Bob knows the salary of Alice here if we use only one random number.
How can you deduce from 95,000 that Alice's salary is 40,000? Because Bob doesn't know the random number. Bob only receives 95,000 number from Alice.
Venkataramana, you can feel free to unmute and interact.
Actually, I thought the random number is same random number shared between A and B. I thought that is the reason.
No. Alice keeps it a secret. She generates the random number, but no one else. She doesn't reveal the random number to anybody else.
Yes, sir. I understood now, sir.
Okay. It seems to work okay. So I think so. This I'm going to just keep moving. One thing I wanted to ask you, nothing to do with this subject matter. Should I go faster? Is this the right pace? Or should I slow down? I need to have some feedback so I have a sense of I'm going at the correct pace. At least a few of you say, keep this pace or speed up or slow down. I want to have some feedback. I have no sense of your skill set. For example, if I'm giving this to a graduate class at the University of Denver, I would probably go a little bit faster than what I'm doing right now.
It's okay, sir, even if you go fast.
What about others? I want to hear some more feedback.
Prof. Ramki, many of them are saying, please use the same pace.
Okay, keep the pace. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. So the problem with this is that imagine that Alice, Bob, and Charlie are sitting around a dinner table, and these numbers are public. So A announces to say B and hey 95,000, use 95,000, and B announces 155,000. So now A can also listen to this 155,000, right? And she knows she gave him 95,000. But it's just subtracting one from 95,000 from 155. She knows Bob's salary is 60,000. So in circumstances where Alice can listen in on this communication channel, remember the model, adversarial model? Honest but curious. So Alice is curious, how much does Bob really make? So this is going to break down if she can compromise this communication channel, right? And so on and so forth. Again, from that, subtracting these two, and then she can figure out, even B can figure out what his salary is, what's going out. You subtract from what Bob gave to Charlie, and then, so this really doesn't work in that kind of a setup, right? Well, there is a simple solution for that. And so what Bob can do is, this is a good exercise in what I just introduced to you, the prior concept of public key and private keys. So assume that public key cryptography, what did I tell you? The moment I use the word, you should think of a pair of keys. One public key, one secret key they keep secret. So that means how many keys do I have altogether between three of these people? 6 keys, right? There are 3 public keys and there are 3 secret keys. Okay, so that's important for you guys to remember. All right. So so what does so this is the first 2 bullet points is what I just told you, that doesn't really work if the communication channels are not encrypted. Okay, so what can Alice do is that she can encrypt using Bob's private key. P sub B is what? It's a public key that belongs to Bob. And when Bob receives this, what is he going to do? He's going to apply S sub B, S subscript B. So strip out this function PB, right? So he will strip out and retrieve this number R plus A. To that, he is going to add his own salary, which is little b, right? Encrypted using public key of Charlie. Remember, public keys are public knowledge. Everybody knows what those are, right? So now he adds his own salary to the random number, to Alice's salary, to his own salary, encrypts the entire number. So going back to this is an encrypted using Charlie's public key. So Alice cannot look at it, looks like garbage, like gibberish. So she cannot figure out what that number is. Okay, and then what does Charlie do? Charlie strips out this public key by applying S subscript C, takes this number, adds C to it, encrypts it with Alice's public key, sends it back to Alice. Okay. So each uses their own private key to retrieve their message, and when this Alice gets it, she gets rid of this encryption by applying her own secret key to that, retrieves R plus A plus B plus C, strips out R, subtracts it by the random number. Now she is in possession of A plus B plus C. Now she can divide it by 3 and announce it. So this would work. Okay. So, we still are not happy with this solution, right? Why is this not that great? Remember what I told you about public key cryptography is that it is very, very slow. Applying like big number theoretic algorithms, all this is extremely slow. So in computational settings, in cryptocurrencies, blockchains, Nobody uses this. Okay, it's a good way to explain how it could be done potentially in theory, but nobody uses it. So, and the second reason it is not so elegant is that Alice seemed to be doing more work. It is not like a symmetric distributed algorithm, right? Because Alice is taking on more responsibility for computing the average. So from that point of view, also this is less than elegant. And there is a better solution for this, and so that's what I'm going to show you now. So what each one is going to do is each one is going to divide their salary into three partitions, that number into three pieces. A valid partition, for example, for 40,000 is 15 plus 5 plus 20, right? That adds up to 40. So that's the partition: 15,000, 5,000, and 20,000. Together it adds up to 40,000. So that's one way to partition a salary. I'll show you another way to partition a salary. Negative 10,000. You can also use negative numbers. I'm just using round numbers because it's easy for me to do the math and it's easy for you to understand the math. So negative 10,000 and 30,000 and 20,000. Negative 10 plus 30 plus 20 adds up to 40. That's one way to partition that 40,000. Okay. So any three ways to partition that salary, they are allowed to do, and they do this randomly. Okay. And so they randomly create these three partitions, and I am going to refer those partitions as A1, B1, C1. I'm sorry. Let me take that statement back. So A salary is going to be partitioned into A1, A2, A3. B salary, similarly, at the same time, B is going to partition it into three pieces: B1, B2, B3. C is also going to do the same thing: C1, C2, C3. So they look at their own index and send. So Alice's number is, let's assume Alice's number is 1, and Bob's number is 2, and Charlie's number is 3. So A3 will end up at C3. A2 will end up at B2, and A1 is going to be kept locally. Similarly, B is going to look at its own three pieces, three partitions. B1, she's going to send it to Alice, and B3, she will send it to Charlie. B2, not she, Bob. Bob is going to keep B2 is going to be kept locally by Bob. Charlie is going to do the same thing. C1 is going to send it to Alice, like this arrow shows here, and C2 is going to send it to Bob. C3 is going to keep it with himself. And so what do they do when they have this? So everyone partitions their salary into three numbers, including negative numbers. And then this is how those partitions are distributed. So A1 is sent to B, A3 is sent to C. We basically look at the index, and if it is 1, it goes to Alice. If it is 2, it goes to Bob. If it is 3, it goes to Charlie. It's as simple as that. Okay. So what happens at this? When all these partitions are done and partitions are sent to the respective parties, what would A be in possession of? Alice would be in possession of A1 plus B1 plus C1. Bob would be in possession of A2 plus B2 plus C2. And Charlie would be in possession of A3 plus B3 plus C3. Everybody agree with me on this? Okay. So that's how those pieces are shared. Once they are shared, so Alice announces, okay, this is what I have received. Bob at the same time announces, this is what I have received. Charlie announces, this is what I have received. And everybody takes their own sum, what they have announced to the other two, and takes the other two announcements, right? And and then adds them together. and based on the commutativity of addition, you can regroup these numbers, and then A1 plus A2 plus A3 plus B1 plus B2 plus B3 and C1 plus 1, which results in A plus B plus C, or all of them are in possession of this sum, and they can individually divide that by 3 and arrive at the average. Does this work?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is called secret sharing. This is how you share secrets. Since this is random, and this is doesn't have the clunkiness of public key cryptography. So just like how I told you, when I say public key cryptography, you should immediately think of key pairs. You should also immediately come to your mind, this is clunky. Public key cryptography is slow, and you use it only if you have to use it and you have no other choice. Okay, so this doesn't employ any public key crypto. Only involves generating 2 random numbers and sharing it, and they all are doing this similar computation. The computation is identical. There's no additional load on Alice. So from that point of view, also this is more attractive. How many of you have actually generated keys on the command line? I think it's let me see if I remember this correctly. Do I have? Yeah, there you go. So this is a command I would use. I want to quickly show you how to do this. And I'm going to give me 1 second while I fix this font size. Now, oh, what happened here? There you go. Can you guys see the fonts clearly? Yes?
Yes, Professor Ramke. It's visible.
Okay. So I will go to this some temporary directory and I will show you how to create. In fact, I have created some before. I'm going to remove them and I'm going to regenerate. So the command line for in Mac is called Ssh Key Generator, and I want to use the RSA algorithm. And then if I hit this, it says going to generate public key, private key, RSA key pair, and it is asking me where it should save those things. And there's a default directory which is my home directory, and there's a dot directory under that called a .ssh. And the file is going to be called id_RSA, right? And I'm going to overwrite that because I already have my public key, private key that I use to do passwordless login and so on and so forth. And I don't want to overwrite those. Instead, I want to put it in the current directory. I hope it will take dot. Overwrite. Oh no, what is this? Why does it say it already exists? No. Do I have anything here? Actually, why don't I do this? Oh, I see. Let me do it here. /dot. Enter a file. Oh, okay, it is asking me to save the key. So I'll just say t.key. This doesn't exist. So I can, if I want to look at the private key that it's going to be stored on this local drive, I can give an optional passphrase, but I'm not going to give a passphrase. And then hopefully it generated. And you can see that so this is public key RSA cryptography, and it generated a key pair. And then you can see that .pub is the public key, and the other one is the private key. So if I take a look at it, and this is what I can, actually it looks like plain text here, and you can copy this, and it shows what kind of RAM key, at a RAM key, is mbp.lan, and so on and so forth. It's This is how it as a protocol, and this is and I can put this in my signature file and send it, and people can actually use this and send an encrypted message to me. Okay. And most Linux machines have this. I bet you. So if you have Windows machine, if you get on Sigwin terminal window, they also have similar equivalent function to generate public key and private keys. In fact, actually, the open source one is GPG, which is a GNU Privacy Guard. So if I don't think I have installed it on this machine. I don't have it. So if you have a Linux machine and you want to generate public key, private key, and play around with it, how to encrypt and decrypt with them, I encourage you to Google GPG, and it shows you how to create keys and encrypt with using RSA. All right, so let me get back to where I was. The reason why this works is that actually, and I'm going to generalize this, what I just showed you, how to create this shares and share it among with other participants and so on and so forth. What I have here is that I will show you why this actually works. The reason why sometimes what you have to do, for example, the launching of nuclear missile. The US has a protocol, and I believe it is no single person, even the president by himself, cannot launch a nuclear missile. There has to be a couple of other either the commander. So president is the commander in chief. There is a joint chiefs of staff or somebody like that, and maybe the speaker of the house. I don't know. I don't know the answer to this, but I can easily find out who those three people are, and they all possess a secret, and at least 2 out of 3 or 2 out of 5 launch. They won't be able to launch it. So that is the idea of Shamir's secret sharing. So here what I have, I'm showing you is that if I want to create 5 shares and say that any 2 people from those 5 people are sufficient, if they're present, then they can unlock whatever that they're trying to unlock. It could be the digital wallet that contains bitcoins and other cryptocurrencies. So why is this important? These 5 shares might go to the same individual, and this person might have, just for security, for precautionary reasons, he might have printed a copy, paper copy, put it in his safe, took another secret key, put it somewhere else at work, and maybe something like that. And somehow he loses his wallet. That means that losing one of these points. That doesn't mean that he should lose access to his own funds, right? So as long as within the 5 passwords is able to generate at least 2 of them, he should be able to claim his own funds. How does this work? The way it's going to work is that think of it like you create a random line like this, or just create 5, like 2. Actually, pick 2 points. What do we know from fundamental geometry is that if there are 2 points, there is a unique line that goes through them, right? So if 2 points uniquely define a line. So on that line, you pick, now that you've already selected first 2 and defined the line, you can pick any other 3 points randomly on that line, and those are your shares. And you tell the person or persons that to guard those values secretly. And if they ever need to unlock it, the 2 needs to be present, because any 2 of them together is going to define the line, and that would cut this y-axis at this intercept, the value. So if you designate this line as y is equal to the slope m times x plus c, and when the value of x is 0, the value of x is 0, so this term is 0, and that would be the y-intercept. The y-intercept is your secret, right? And so they are able to figure out that secret and present it to the challenger, and that gets unlocked. The door gets unlocked, and the nuclear missile gets launched, or what have you, right? And so things like that. So that's the idea of Shamir's secret sharing. So you can do this. This is based on this polynomial and the number of points that uniquely define a polynomial. So here is, for example, generalizing this to if I want to have 3 people present or 3 shares are required. So then, what I would do is that I would again pick 3 random points, and 3 random points uniquely define a parabola. So in here, I would substitute 3 points for x and y values. So I would write this as y equals to ax squared plus bx plus c. So if I have 3 points, I will substitute x value and the y value, and I will get 3 equations in ABC. If there are 3 ABCs, 3 equations and 3 unknowns, I can solve for A, B, and C. So I can that they uniquely define a parabola, just like how 2 points uniquely define a line. And once given a parabola, you can easily find out the constant value, the coefficient of x to the 0, and unlock the secret. So the secret is the coefficient of x to the 0. So notice that in this example with the 5 shares and 2, anyone coming up with 1 correct point is somehow they brute force it and somehow they get 1 point. That is not sufficient, because you can take this line and then make it point in infinite slopes, right? So having 1 point is not sufficient. So this, if you listen to some lectures on the internet about this way of secret sharing and creating this way of a m out of n shares is considered quantum resistant, because some of the things that you see about RSA and all, they have this cloud hanging over their theoretical underpinnings is that they rest on this assumption that the large numbers cannot be factored quite efficiently. Well, they can be factored on a quantum computer. So those RSA and other schemes are not quantum resistant, whereas this scheme is quantum resistant, because just having one point, no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to find the second point that uniquely defines this blue line. Okay. Any questions on this?
No, Professor Ramki, no questions are flowing through.
Excellent. All right, so the next one I'm going to show you. So this is, in general, you can do this for n shares, and any m less than n are sufficient to unlock the secret. Next one I'm going to show you is what's called a zero knowledge proof. This is a fairly simple concept. Here, just imagine a scenario where you have 2 people, Alice and Bob, just like how we always use these 2 people, Alice and Bob, and Alice is trying to convince Bob. Bob is colorblind. He cannot tell a blue ball from a red ball. They look the same to him. Okay. Alice goes to Bob and says that I have 2 balls that are of different color. Now Alice, Bob doesn't trust Alice. Okay. So he creates this experiment. Okay. So now Bob needs to somehow figure out from this experiment, is Alice telling the truth or Alice is lying? So there are 2 possibilities. So what Bob is going to do is that he takes the 2 balls that Alice brought and then he puts them behind him so she cannot see, and then either he keeps the balls in the same hands, in the left and the right hand, or he switches them. That is something he knows, whether he has switched, whether he has not switched. But Alice is unable to tell whether he has switched or he has not switched, unless she really brought. So that's what I have on the right side. So initially, he shows when he hands the ball over. On the left hand, he has a blue ball. On the right hand, he has a red ball. And then he puts it behind his, he puts his hand behind, and then he swaps them. So now right is in the red ball is in the left hand, blue is in the right. And then again, he switches them. But then in the third time around, he doesn't switch them. And every time he shows it to Alice, Alice is able to correctly say, yeah, first time you have switched, second time you have switched, third time you have not switched. So now from this, Bob is thinking, yeah, but she's probably telling the truth, because she's able to guess whenever I switch. She's able to guess that I have switched. Whenever I have not switched, she's also able to guess it correctly. But let's contrast this with when she is not telling the truth. So in this case, she brings two blue balls, and she's trying to lie to Bob that these are of different color. Okay, so he goes through the same experiment with Alice, and he's got a blue ball on the left and blue ball on the right? And then he switches like he did in the last slide. He actually indeed switches and shows it to Alice. Does Alice know whether he has switched or not switched? She has absolutely no idea, right? Because it looks the same. The balls look identical. She has zero knowledge here that whether he has switched or not switched. What does she have to do at this point? She would have to randomly guess. She would have to say, when she doesn't know whether Bob has switched or not switched, she's just going to randomly say no. And what's the probability that no answer is correct? It's 1/2, right? It's like a Bernoulli trial, right? Like when you toss a coin and you close your palms, and then you ask the person, he guesses it heads or tails. What's the probability of success? In a Bernoulli trial, it's a fair coin, it's 1/2. Okay, so let's assume she got it correctly. What's the likelihood? And he does the same thing the second time. And how likely is that she gets this correctly this time? Same
1/4.
right? And it's again 1/2. And he does the same thing. He repeats this after 3 trials like this, right? Yes or no, yes or no. And she's randomly guessing because she has no idea whether he has switched or he has not switched, because she can see what he's doing with his hands behind him. So after 3 trials, what is the probability that she gets the answer correctly every time? Or what is the probability she gets all the answers correctly? All 3 of these. What's the probability? Somebody answered it. What is
1/8.
It's 1/8, right? It's 1/8, right? And that's roughly 12.5%. And if he does this 10 times, what's the probability?
1/2 power 10.
Yeah, and what is that roughly? 0.1%? Less than 0.1%, right? Because
Yes,
1
sir.
in 1,000, 1 in 1,000, 1 in 100 is 1%. 1 in 1,000 is 0.1%. But this is 1,024, right? 2 to the 10 is 1,024. It's even less than that. So now we are looking at 0.1%. If he does it another 10 times, if he does it 20 times, this becomes exponentially small that she can get this correctly, right? So now Bob is able to determine through this Bernoulli trial whether she is lying or whether she is telling the truth. So this is probably some of you have already seen this kind of thing. This is again all over the internet and what a zero knowledge proof is. This is also used in modern blockchains without revealing a certain secret, convincing them that you possess the secret. Okay. So these things that I have shown you here is some of the things that are getting applied in like I said, in modern blockchains. And there's some crypto with utility and what is called a trustless custodian. And I will probably go into detail on this, how this crypto is applied in a trustless custodian. So let me just give you how much time I have. I'm doing fine on time, Alice?
15 minutes more.
Okay. A trustless custodian is, so if you have, say, significant sum of money, just to give you a sense of what is what we are talking about, say 20 lakhs, right? 20 lakhs of rupees, and you have it in, you saved it in a bank. Tell me truthfully, you decide at the snap of a finger, you want to go get that money cash. How long does it take? It is sitting in some bank like, SBI or some reputable bank. You want to get that immediately. How long does it take? What do you think, Karthik?
I'm sorry, Professor, I missed your question. I was actually attending to someone.
The question I'm asking is, if I have a substantial sum of money saved in a bank, in a traditional fiat currency, no blockchains, and I suddenly decide I want to get my hands on that money, and I suddenly get this crazy idea, I want to go take that money and do something with it. And when I say substantial, I said like, think of like 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs or some good sizable money, or half a crore maybe, right? And it is your money, you want to get it. How long does it take typically in like in a bank, a traditional bank like SBI?
I suppose there are some clearance cycles and batches which are running in the background.
Okay. The idea of a trustless custodian, so this is like a trusted custodian. So that there is like a bank, there is an authority, central authority, and maybe they have taken your money and given it out as a loan to somebody else. They don't have that money to give it to you. All sorts of issues, right? In crypto, that answer is not acceptable. If you say that, well, I'm going to take 2 days to do a settlement, not acceptable, right? And crypto, people have big sums of money. 2 crores of rupees putting in crypto. I have my own friend who has done that. So it's not unusual. And time and again, they tell me this. They have to depend on a centralized exchange like Coinbase. Similar to the examples I was giving you. Didn't you say you worked at a financial institution, Karthik? It's similar to that. Did you work at which one? Morgan Stanley?
Morgan Stanley.
Morgan Stanley, right? Yeah, it's a similar institution. Coinbase is a similar institution in the sense that it has to abide by all the regulations and all this. And if you talk to people in the crypto world who believe in decentralized finance, they hate that solution. They say that is not acceptable. What they want is what is called a DAO. I think I used this term before, and it stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization. They don't want Coinbase. They want algorithms in conjunction with cryptography, similar to the building blocks I have shown you. like Shamir secrets or multi-sigs or zero knowledge proofs or public key crypto. They want some combination using of all those things. Build a solution where they go and say, I want my $500,000. They should be able to get that in a matter of minutes. So that's the goal of building a trustless custodian. And people have built. Don't get me wrong. This is not some pie in the sky hypothetical project. People have built, but it comes with a risk. When people build this trustless custodian, keep in mind there are no checks and balances. There is nobody overseeing, hey, this large sum of money is going to leave this network. And when they have built, they got burnt because there is no way to really assure that the security and safety of the assets that are in there. So if you Google, for example, crypto hacks, just like last week, I heard a crypto exchange. It's not an exchange. It's called a wormhole. It's a bridge between Ethereum and Solana. Got hacked, and something to the tune of $300 million was stolen from that. Cryptocurrency was stolen. And so building trustless custodians is a highly non-trivial task. So I just inadvertently mentioned wormhole, and wormhole is an example of a bridge. Why do you have bridges? It's because people want to be able to go from one currency to another currency easily. So a classic example is people have invested quite a bit of money in Bitcoin, but all the apps and the decentralized finance is happening on Ethereum because of its Solidity programming language and its versatility of that. And they want to be able to take their investment from Bitcoin and use it somehow on some of these apps. And so they need to be able to bridge a solution between these two cryptocurrencies. The other thing that the future directions, but I will actually go into a great detail about scaling, for example, why scaling is an issue, why scaling gets in the way of this becoming a mainstream currency. For example, the Bitcoin, the transaction rate, I said like 7 transactions per second or something like that, and Ethereum is not that much more. And how Solana is able to break away from that. So these are some of the issues that with cryptography can solve, and so this is very much of an emerging and quite rapidly changing field. So I have 6 minutes. Let me just show you what I plan to do in case studies when we meet tomorrow. Then I can let you go. So here on a trusted third party, I will show you what are some of the, I've already introduced to you things like certification authorities and what those are. What are some of the issues that come up with when you have trusted third party? What this is called TTPs. If you've taken a class on computer security, you must have heard of what a TTP is. A TTP is actually a simplified solution. Part of the reason they are so pervasive in our current society is that because of their simplicity, but they bring along with them all sorts of trust issues, and so that's the reason why people are trying to move away from TTP and build peer-to-peer solutions. I will show you, I'll introduce to you a neat little protocol called Oblivious Transfer. This is a crypto protocol. For example, it is similar to some of the examples I was giving you between like two people meeting and trying to figure out who is richer among them. Like so here, Oblivious Transfer, like Alice and Bob, they get on the phone and say that, look, I want to do a coin toss, and you call the coin toss. So Alice, say for example, tosses a coin, and she wants Bob to guess whether heads or tails. And if he guesses correctly, Alice would pay for the dinner. If he loses the coin toss, he would have to pay for the dinner. The issue with that, obviously, is that he cannot see that she's not cheating, right? So how do you devise a cryptographic protocol where they can send back and forth messages, and they can cleverly design a protocol that accomplishes a fair coin toss, and this is what's called Oblivious Transfer. So this sort of solutions become trivial when you have a trusted third party. Alice and Bob can go to Charlie, and they can ask Charlie, because they both of them presumably trust Charlie. Say, hey, toss a coin for me, and then Alice or Bob calls heads or tails, and then Charlie tosses the coin and they tells the outcome. That's again not satisfactory, because Alice may be suspecting that Charlie likes Bob, so maybe Charlie may be cheating, right? So it's not completely satisfactory, and so you want to get away from this trusted third-party solutions. And so that's what I will cover in the first session, and then I have I will go into great detail on. Let me close this, and I will go into great detail on Bitcoin, what Bitcoin is, for example, where it came from, academic pedigree of that, how it is transferred from one recipient to another recipient, how it is maintained as a ledger, and so how transactions are made sure that they're accurate. Nobody spends more than what they have. What does a block look like? Okay. And things like that. Let me see what else I have. Immutability. How can you be sure that once it is written? This was a question that somebody was asking. How do you make sure that once it is written to the Bitcoin blockchain that it is permanent? And if you have done something erroneously, how it can be sidestepped? The only way it can be sidestepped is that people just ignore that block and fork it. And I will show you what's that. They have done that in the past with Bitcoin, and I'll show you the context in which it was done. So we will learn a whole bunch of that. And I have two other. Actually, tomorrow is when I actually give 4 lessons, I think, right?
Correct, Professor Ram.
Yeah.
4 sessions.
Yeah. So I have. Let me see what I intended to do. So I will have also a lecture on private blockchains, exactly how Hyperledger Fabric, for example, or R3 Corda is designed. What are some of the intricacies of the conducting business on those private blockchains? And finally, I will show you Merkle tree data structure, how Merkle trees are used. Merkle root is incorporated within Bitcoin blockchain, and so on. So that's what I plan to do. And also, I also have actually, so I also have proof of X. In this, actually, I will show you how proof of work and proof of stake and proof of what's called proof of elapsed time and the proof of coverage and all that. I don't know at what point this will come up. Maybe I'll combine it with trusted third party. Somehow I'll get all this figured out, and then we will do a problem solving session with some coding exercises and so on. And the last day is when I will show you some research issues and some how to take this field forward. Okay, so that's I'm going to stop here, and I'll take any questions.
Sir, please share slides, sir. Yesterday we didn't saw that the documentary, something you told to see, some
Yeah,
YouTube
yeah.
videos.
So I will give it to Karthik and you can collect it from Karthik.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And I can do that. I just want to make sure that some slides I did not cover. But I'm thinking about whether I need to edit them or just give them as it is. I can certainly share them. My only request is that don't post them on the internet.
Sure,
And
sir.
first of all, I is not going to. What is the? That's a question for Karthik, I guess. I'll take it offline with Karthik. I don't know whether as part of GIAN this need to be published online or not. I'm
No,
not sure.
Prof. Ramki. I mean, we need
Okay.
not publish the course materials per se, but our
Okay.
videos are being telecasted. Yeah.
That's all. That's all right. Yeah. So the videos are they're recorded, right? They're also I see that it's being recorded, correct?
Yes, the videos are recorded and they are also being telecasted as we speak now through YouTube.
Okay. Okay. So this is live though, right? And whereas what happens with some of the slides, because what I trying to, it's not that I am a secretive person that there is something that I'm trying to make money from these slides. It's just that if they end up on the internet, I just want to make sure that they are the highest quality possible. There are no errors in there, and the right attributions are there. Right. Sometimes I take an image and I have tried my best to give credit to the original image, but if that was possible, sometimes I couldn't do that. And so they end up on the internet, and I want to make sure that it is I cover all the bases. Okay, that's my. But otherwise, for internal circulation to the participants, I have no issues, and I will actually go ahead and take a look at and mail them.
Sure,
Okay?
Professor Ramki. Once I
Yeah, I
receive
have
it
your
from
email.
you,
And in fact, once we end this meeting, I will go ahead and email them to you.
sure, Professor Ramki. Thank you.
And I can take any other questions.
Participants, are there any specific questions on the topics covered today?
Or in general, course structure, course organization, anything you want to learn specifically? Okay, so
no
it looks like
questions are flowing through, Prof. Ramki.
yeah.
I think if I receive any from them, I'll just bunch them up and forward those to you.
Yeah, so that's one thing that I would very much welcome, because I just need that constant feedback loop as to how I'm doing, what I could do differently, that I could make it more effective. I'm happy to entertain those ideas.
Yep, I think to me today's sessions were very good, and there were a lot of examples and illustrations which are quite easy and comprehensive for all of us to follow, Prof. Ramki.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. And so yeah, I will share the slides, and you will have a way to go back and look at them. And if you're a little bit doubtful on something, you can just consult them again.
Sure. Thank you, Professor Ramki. Thank you so much for staying awake and for delivering these sessions today. Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
See you tomorrow, and have a wonderful afternoon session.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Prof. Ramki. And participants will now break for lunch, and we'll resume, at 1:45 sharp. afternoon to all of you. I welcome you for this third session of this GIAN course on blockchains. Am I audible to all of you, and can you see my whiteboard?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the confirmation. So in the first afternoon session for today, we'll be discussing about some fundamental cryptographic primitives. So there are two such primitives that I'll be discussing in the first session. The first primitive is about secure hash functions. And the next useful primitive when it comes to blockchains are digital signatures. I'll be discussing these two from a cryptographic point of view so that we can understand the mathematical underpinnings beneath them and place them in the overall context of blockchains and how they act as secure components for a blockchain. So the first cryptographic primitive is about hash functions. And what are some of the cryptographic properties that these hash functions must satisfy for us to make use of them in blockchain, right? So what is a hash function? It's basically some sort of a mapping that takes a message as input and that gives you some form of a digest. And if you look at the length of this message and compare it with the length of this digest, right? Typically what we find is the length of the message is much greater than the length of the digest. See, we ensure this for several reasons. Reason number one is computational efficiency, and reason number two is storage efficiency, right? So let's say if you want to compare two messages and determine whether these two messages are equal, instead of comparing this lengthier version of these messages, what we do, we compute the digest for these messages and we end up comparing their digests, right? So in a way, if D1 is equal to D2, we would like to conclude that M1 is also equal to M2, right? Of course, there are certain caveats when it comes to this form of digesting and comparison of messages. The caveat number one, which is very obvious, and that's due to the pigeonhole principle, is that let's say if you have a M length message, let's assume that each component of this message is a bit. So you have 2 power M combinations of messages possible, right, on the left hand side. On the other hand, if you look at the digest, the length of the digest is much lesser than the length of the message. And if you also assume a binary digest, on the right side you have 2 power digest possible combinations for this digest, okay? And obviously, as this 2 power M is much greater than this 2 power digest, there will be certain collisions that are happening, right? So even though let's say a pair of message is not the same, we will still end up in conditions where the digests are the same, okay? So there are certain collisions possible. This is due to this pigeonhole principle. We cannot completely avoid these collisions, but we can minimize the probability of these collisions from happening. And the design of the hash functions can be done in such a cryptographically secure way that these collisions can be kept to near zero. Fine. So the first property behind any cryptographically secure hash function thus is what is called as this collision resistance. So how do you define this collision resistance? If there are two messages, M1 and M2, and if M1 is not equal to M2, then it implies that the digest of M1 is also not equal to the digest of M2. Okay, and maybe if I assume that F is the hash function, I'm being a little loose here with respect to my notion. F of M1 is not equal to F of M2. Okay, so this essentially means that we are passing this message through the hash function and we get a digest out of it, and we end up comparing the digest, right? So this property is called as this collision resistance property, and it has several, nice underpinnings with respect to, how we guarantee this collision resistance, and how we reason out about the probability of this collision happening. And there are standard formulations available based on birthday paradox to determine the probability of this collision from happening, or the expected number of collisions that can happen given the size of the message and the size of the digest. Okay, so to give a sense about what is this birthday paradox, let's assume that we are just concerned about the date of a birthday of a person. We know that these dates can range anywhere from 1 to 31, right? And let's say that there is a room full of people, and the question that I'm posing to you is, like, how many people should be there in the room for you to have at least a pair of people with the same birthday, right? So that is the question. How many people should be in the room for a pair of them to have the same birth date? Can I know your answers? Can you ping your answers through the chat window? Yeah, there is an answer from, okay, some of you. Can all of you try to ping your answer through the chat window? So how many people should be there in the room for a pair of them to have the same birth date? Okay. I'm getting different answers. The answer is 32, right? The simple pigeonhole principle. So you have only 31 distinct dates, actually, from 1 to 31. And, if 32 people are there in the room, definitely like a pair of them have to share a birth date, right? Because you only have 31 unique birth dates which are here. So such, birthday paradox kind of model can be used for determining what will be the expected number of collisions, right? Given the length of a message and given the length of a digest. Let us derive this expression for the expected number of collisions. Let us say that you have a message that's coming from this m-dimensional Boolean space, right? So this is m-bit number, which is represented by the m-dimensional Boolean space. And let's say you have two messages, m1 and m2 here. And let's say this is the space of all digests, which is also a bit string, whereas it's an n-dimensional space, right? And obviously this, range being the digest, the value of n will be much smaller as compared to the value of n, right? Because the digest size is usually very small. Now, by pigeonhole principle, we know that the number of points on the left are very high, right, as compared to the number of possible points on the right. And we are trying to define some sort of a mapping from this domain to this codomain, which we call as this F. And definitely two different messages have to share the same representation by simple pigeonhole principle, right? So such events are what we call as collisions. Okay. Now, given the value of this m and n, let us find the probability of this collision happening by modeling it as a birthday paradox problem. So the task is, given m and n, let us find the probability of collisions. and also the expected number of collisions. Through this birthday paradox kind of modeling. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. Let us assume that the digest length is n. Right, and the message length is m. So that's given to us. Now, I'm going to prove that an attacker has to compute at least, let's say, root over 2 power n hashes, 2 power n hash computations before he can find a collision. Okay, so let's see how this can be proven. And this can be easily done with the help of, random variables and finding expectations of these random variables. Let us consider two message pairs, let's say mi and mj. So this is a pair of messages that you have. And for all of such message pairs, let me define indicator random variables. Xij is an indicator random variable, which assumes a value 0 if the hash of this message I is not the same as the hash of this message j, which means the 0 corresponds to the event of no collision, right? And it gets a value of 1 if the hash of this message I it's equal to the hash of this message j. So this is how this indicator random variable has been set up. Now let us count the overall number of collisions based on the values of these indicator random variables. Now, before doing that, let me also assume that this hash function h is a simple uniform hash. Right, so which means what? Given a particular message, the probability of this message to be hashed into any one of those 2 power n slots, right? So the fingerprint size is 2 power n. The probability of this getting hashed into any of the 2 power n slots is 1 by 2 power n. So if I'm able to design a hash function based on the simple uniform hashing assumption, then the probability of this collision happening, right? So the probability of the hash value of this ith message being the same as the hash value of the jth message, it's 1 over 2 power n. Okay, this is as per the assumption of simple uniform hashing. Okay, so having said that, let's compute the expected value of the indicator random variable xij. Right, so we know how to compute the expected values of random variables. It's the probability multiplied by the corresponding value, right? So it assumes just two values, 0 multiplied by the probability that the event happening, which is causing this outcome of 0, which means probability of h of mi not equal to h of mj, plus 1 multiplied by the probability of this the event that causes this indicator random variable to get a value of 1. So this vanishes and you end up getting 1 by 2 power n as the expected value of this indicator random variable, right? See, remember, this is the expected value of one indicator random variable, but our objective is to compute the overall collisions that are happening, right? So this quantifies the expected collision between a pair of messages, I and j, fine? And the message space, given that the message space can be any one of those 2 power m messages, because you have m bits for the message, and it can have any of the 2 power m possible combinations. Okay, so given this, let us set up another random variable, let us call it as x, fine. And this counts the number of message pairs out of these 2 power m messages having the same digest, right? So this is the number of message pairs having the same digest. Okay, so how do you express this x in terms of this xij, right? So you compare the first message with the second message, you compare the first message with the third message, and so on up to you compare the first message with the 2 power mth message, right? Because there are 2 power m possible messages, right? So plus, similarly, you start from the second message and keep comparing it with all the 2 power m messages and so on. And finally, you compare this 2 power m minus first message with the message 2 power m. Okay, so these many indicator random variables will be there, and you'll have to aggregate these variables to count the expected value on the overall number of collisions which are happening. Okay, now this is equal to, if you express it concisely, this becomes I equal to 1 to 2 power m summation j equal to I plus 1. I think this is still 2 power m minus 1, I plus 1 till 2 power m xij. So this is the expression that we get. This is the concise form of this summation that I have written out previously. Right? Now if I take expectations on both sides, this becomes expected value of x equal to expected value of this whole thing, but I can apply linearity of expectations. Right? So I can write it as summation I equal to 1 to 2 power m minus 1, summation j equal to I plus 1 till 2 power m, expected value of this xij, right? But this expected value of xij, just now we have computed it to be 1 over 2 power n. This is already computed to be 1 over 2 power n. So then how can we solve this birthday paradox? So this is 1 over 2 power n, and this is independent of both of these summation indices I and j. Okay, so you can kind of take it out, and you are summing one with itself these many times. Okay, so if you think what is happening, right, out of the 2 power m messages, we are finding some pairs, right? So you pick 2 messages out of the 2 power m messages, and you consider all possible unique pickings, right? So this is equal to, out of 2 power m messages, we pick a pair. So the number of ways in which you can do it is 2 power m choose 2 multiplied by 1 by 2 power n. This 1 by 2 power n is actually kind of independent of the summation index. So this is the expected value of the number of collisions that we get. Okay, and this is equal to 2 power m multiplied by 2 power m minus 1 divided by 2 times 1 by 2 power m. Okay. Now for a collision to happen, the condition is the expected value of x must be 1, right? We are looking to derive some condition on this m and n so that there is a collision that happens, right? So which means 1, right? So if expected value of x is 1, then it means a collision is expected to happen. Fine. So if you assume e of x to be 1, and if you kind of simplify this, you get 2 power m multiplied by 2 power m minus 1 has to be greater than or equal to 2 into 2 power m. Right? So this is the minimum condition for which a collision must happen. Okay. So a collision happens when e of x is exactly equal to 1, but there can be more number of collisions happening as well. So this is the condition for collisions to happen in general. So if you substitute this condition and this equality, you end up getting this inequality. Okay. So from this, what you can derive is 2 power m squared is greater than or equal to 2 power m. Okay, so this implies this. This implies that 2 power m is greater than or equal to square root of 2 power n. Right? So square root of 2 power n is actually 2 power n by 2. Okay, so what this tells us is that if there exists at least 2 power n by 2 messages to be hashed, then there will be a collision. That's what this tells us. This implies if there exists 2 power n by 2 messages, to be hashed, this will lead to a collision. Okay, so if you look at it from attacker's point of view, let's say there is a message M1 which sender is transmitting. Okay, and there is an attacker who's trying to sabotage this communication, right? And let's say this hash of M1 is somehow secured, and the attacker cannot touch this hash of this M1, maybe through some sort of a digital signature, right? This hash of M1 is kind of secured, right? So this is a secure hash, and the receiver is expecting this, right, message M1 comma the secured hash of M1 from the sender. Now, if the attacker has enough computational power, right, what he can do is, by using this property that we just derived, he can find another message M2 which is not equal to M1, and he can substitute this M2 in terms of this M1 in such a way that this H of M1 is equal to H of M2, right? So the attacker can find, let's say, another message M2 such that the hash of this M2 is equal to the hash of this M1, right? But that is not a simple task, right? So the task is quite daunting if you look at the order of computations which are required, right? So this result tells us that if you have a fingerprint of size n, if you have a digest of size n, then the attacker needs to do minimum 2 power n by 2 computations before he can find another matching message, right? So this seems to be quite a daunting task, especially when the value of n is quite high, right? So let's do some representative numerical to understand how high of an order this computation can be. Let us take the size of the digest to be 512, right? So the number of hash computations which are required before this sort of hashing can be broken, right, is 2 power 512 by 2, right, as per our computation here, and this is 2 power 256. These many computations are needed. Okay, and even if you assume that one of these computations will take, let's say, of the order of 1 millisecond time, the amount of time that the attacker has to spend, right, before he can break this sort of a hashing scheme is computed to be 2 into 10 power 28 years. Okay, so you can see the kind of the work that the attacker has to perform before he can successfully break this sort of a hashing scheme. What do I mean by breaking this hashing scheme? Like the attacker will be able to find another message, right, which is distinct from the message that is being transmitted, but still the hash value of the message is same as that of the original message. But as you can see here, that's not really a easy task to do, right? So it's that's why we say the security of these hashing schemes, right, to a certain extent, it also depends on the size of the digest that we use, right? So the more the size of this digest, right, even though that increases the number of computations that we perform through the hashing scheme, it also bolsters the the algorithm, the hashing algorithm, against potential vulnerabilities. So that is one point that I would like to mention about the collision resistance nature of this hash function, right? So given that it's quite hard to do so for any reasonable digest size, it is safe for us to assume that, let's say, if the hash of a message is the same as the hash of another message M2, then it is safe for us to assume that M1 is equal to M2, right? So because of these properties, these cryptographic properties, and how difficult it is and how hard it is to attack this sort of a scheme. Okay, so this property is what we call as this collision resistance property, right? The next property that we usually vie for when we design some hashing schemes is what is called as this one-way property. So what do you mean by this one-way property? Quite easy to understand. This supports this message hiding behind the hash, right? So let's say if you have a message yum, and it's easy for you to compute h of m from m, right? So in this direction, it's computationally easy for you to compute, but there is no, like polytime algorithm available or analytical procedure available, which can take you from h of m to m, right? So this direction is quite hard. In fact, in many cases, it's not possible, right? So there is no analytically, like feasible inverse mapping that exists. This is what we mean by this one-way property. And this one-way property also, it's subtly dependent or related to another property, which we call as this ripple effect. So while designing hash functions, we should also design them in such a way that this ripple effect property is honored, right? So what do we mean by this property? Let's say if there are two messages, M1 and M2, and let's say even though this message M1 and message M2 differs from each other in only one bit position, right? So let's say if you look at this message, the difference that we find between these messages is in only one bit position. But however, if you look at the hash of this message M1 and compare it with the hash of this message M2, the difference that you find would be quite drastic, right? So even though there is only one bit difference here, you will not be able to find any commonality between this h of M1 and h of M2, right? So that effect is what we call as this ripple effect. And this is also very important for the hashing algorithm that you use in blockchain to be cryptographically secure and resilient. Okay. One final property let me discuss before moving on to an example hash function, and this is what is called as amenability to puzzle, right? Amenability to puzzle. So what do you mean by this amenability to puzzles? This is especially used while performing this Bitcoin mining. Let us assume that this yum is your message, fine, and you need to pad this yum with some sort of nonce, right? Nonce is some kind of a random number, right? Random bit string. And the result that we expect out of this, let's say it is x, fine. Now, given x and m, it should not be computationally easy for you to compute this nonce, right? So that is this puzzle-friendly property, right? So let me write what I say. Given the values of x and m, it is computationally hard to find the nonce that satisfies this x equal to h of m padded with nonce, right? So computationally hard to find a nonce such that this x is equal to h of m padded with nonce. Right, so this is what we call as amenability to puzzles. Right? So what do we mean by computationally hard? Effectively, the only way for you to find this nonce, let's say if the length of this nonce is some k bits, right? The only way for you to do it is to enumerate all possible combinations from 1 to 2 power k, right? So if it has k bits, you'll have to just try it with 0, 0, 0, 0, right? Then 0, 0, 0, 1. Right? The only way for you to solve this puzzle is exhaustive enumeration or brute force. First, you will have to plug in one combination of the nonce here and then see whether you are getting the desired x, right? If that doesn't work, go for the second combination and check whether you are getting a desired x, right? So the hash function that you design should be designed in such a way that this property is respected. This amenability to puzzle property is respected, because this is very important when it comes to blockchains, and it's typically used in this Bitcoin mining procedures, okay? So at this juncture, let me stop for a bit and then see whether you have some queries. Are you able to follow what I'm saying so far? Do you have some queries so far?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, so far so good. Let's move on to some example hash function. The one in specific that I'm going to discuss now, and that's used heavily in Bitcoins and blockchain-based architectures, right? It's this SHA-based message digest scheme. Let me just like shed some light over this SHA before moving on to the discussion on digital signatures. Okay. So there is this, hashing scheme that is called as this SHA 256 kind of scheme that is used predominantly, right, in blockchain-based architectures, and especially in Bitcoins, it's used, and it's prescribed by this National Security Agency. And in fact, they have designed a set of secure cryptographic hashes under this SHA 256 umbrella, which are quite good, right, against several well-known attacks. So how does this SHA 256 it works, right? Just an overview. Let's take a message M, right? And it has several rounds or stages in which it operates. So this message M is fed to what we call as this pre-processing step, right? Out of this pre-processing step, we get kind of a padded message, right? So let's call it as MP. This is a padded message. And a property of this padded message is that it will be in multiples of 512, right? So if you count the number of bits in this padded message MP, this will be some multiple of 512. Okay. Now, once this pre-processing is complete, we will be splitting this 512-bit blocks, right? Each of these 512-bit blocks will be split further into 32-bit blocks, right? So you get 16 32-bit blocks from a single 512-bit block. And we subject each of these 512-bit blocks. So let us say this is block 1, this is block 2, and so on up to this is block K. Let's say you get K 512-bit blocks. Now what we do, we subject each of these K blocks into what is called as this a compression function, right? So let's call it as G. G is some sort of a compression function that takes some digest from the previous phase, right? So for the first block, there is no digest. So we'll have some sort of initialization vector here. And this compression function, right, it takes this first 512-bit block and this initialization vector. It gives us some value. Let's call it as V1. And this V1 is fed to the second stage of the compression function, which operates on the second block M2 and V1 to generate V2. Okay. And likewise, this is chained together until you go to the last block MK, which receives the output from the compression function that operates on this MK minus 1. And whatever this produces out of this is actually the SHA digest, which is this 256 bits, right, for SHA 256 algorithm. Now, in the pre-processing step, right, so we do several things actually. So if I remember them properly, what we do is we take this message, right, and we pad a 1 bit at the end of this message. After padding this 1 bit, what we do, we pad some number of zeros. Let's say we pad a number of zeros. A number of zeros. And say we determine the value of this A. By looking at the length of this message, we add 1 to it because we have padded 1 here, and plus this A, right? It should be actually generating a reminder, which is 448, right? 448 mod 512, right? So if you take the length of the message, you add this 1, and then you take a number of zeros here, right? This sum of this lengths that you have had so far in this padding should result in 448 mod 512. Right? So 448 is the remainder that you get when you divide this length by 512. And we have left 64 bits of space here from reaching the multiple of 512 so that we can pad the length of the original message, right? The 64-bit length of the original message. With this, after this number of zeros, and this represents the padded message empty. Okay, and if you look at this compression function, right, it's some sort of shifting, right, and some sort of 16 rounds of bit manipulations that happens within each of these compression function. I initially told you that this block M1 will be further subdivided into sub-blocks. Sub-blocks of size 32 bits each, right? So you get 16 sub-blocks of size 32 bits. Let's say S1 1 and S1 16 are the sub-blocks generated from M1, and these sub-blocks, right, will be subject to some 16 rounds of shifting and so on, some bit manipulations to generate this V1. Okay, and likewise it operates in stages to get you this 256-bit digest. Right, so this is prescribed per this NSA standards as a hash function to be used when it comes to this blockchain's technology. Right, so after having understood this SHA digest, right, let us see where this sort of hashes are used in blockchains. Right, so before discussing about where it is exactly used in blockchains, I would like to shed some light on what do you mean by a hash pointer. We all know what is a normal pointer, right? So normal pointer is some variable that points to the address of some other variable, right? So what is a hash pointer then? A hash pointer, along with the pointer, right? Let's say if this is the hash pointer, the one component of this hash pointer will be a pointer that points to the address where this information is stored, this data is stored. And another component of this hash pointer will be a hash of this data, will be a digest. Okay, so this portion is actually the digest. So then why the name hash pointer? As you are storing the digest along with this pointer, right, it is always possible for you to detect whether someone has tampered with this data. Right, so when you access this data through this pointer, what you do, you can compute this hash on this data and check whether the computed hash is the same as the hash that was stored, right? That is actually stored along with the hash pointer. So this sort of check you can do for deciding whether any tampering has taken place with the data that has been stored here. Now, these hash pointers are quite important when it comes to blockchain, right? Because even blockchain uses such hash pointers for detecting whether any tampering has taken place. So for instance, let's say that this is a blockchain that you have. Let's say that this is your Genesis block, right? Which means the first block, let's call it as B0. And of course, this Genesis block will have a particular format, right? It holds a set of transactions, basically, in the form of a Merkle tree. But let me not confuse you with all of those information now. Let us just keep our discussion at a very high level. And then later we will actually see the structure of this block, right, in a blockchain. So basically, it comprises of a set of transactions. Okay, and after this Genesis block, what you find another block, let's say B1, and this B1 will have a pointer to this Genesis block, and this pointer is actually a hash pointer. What you have here is a hash pointer. Okay, so what do we mean by this hash pointer? It it stores the address of this Genesis block in one half, and in the other half, it also stores the hash of the block B0, the set of transactions in the block B0. Let me call it as H of B0. Okay, and along with this hash pointer, it has its own set of transactions. Let's say the set of transactions is T0. block B1 will have its own set of transactions, which let us call it as T1. Okay. Now let's build this blockchain. Let's say this is your block B2, and again this is a hash pointer from B2 to the previous block that we have here, which is B1, right? So which means along with the pointer, it also holds a hash of the previous block, B1, right? And so on and so forth it goes. And let's say Bn is your last block, and you will hold a hash pointer to this Bn. Right? So even though you have not yet appended the set of transactions to this blockchain, you will hold a hash pointer to Bn, right? So which is the address of Bn along with the hash value of this entire block Bn, right? So one important point before we go into any further discussion is this hash of this block B1, right? It does not just include the set of transactions here, rather it includes this whole block, right? Including the hash of this block B0, the address of the block B0. As a whole, this entire block is hashed, and this hash is what you store here as h of B1 in the hash pointer slot in B2, okay? So now let us assume the difficulty that an attacker has to face when tampering with any of these transactions, right? So let's say T2 is a set of transactions here, and you have h of B n minus 1 here, and Tn is a set of transactions in the block Bn, okay? Now let us say there is an attacker who tries to sabotage a particular record or a set of records in this transaction block T1, okay? Now if he sabotages a record here, let's say he manages to change a particular record here, and what that necessitates, right? It necessitates him to also change the value of this h of B1, right? And once he changes the value of this h of B1, the ripple does not stop there, right? So he needs to go to the block B3, and he needs to change the hash of this block B3 as well, the hash that is stored in the block B3, all the way up to this hash pointer which is being held, right? And you can imagine how difficult this process is, right? So tampering with a particular transaction in a blockchain, right? It's very hard because to like spin his story or her story, the attacker has to actually like go and change all the interlinked hash pointers throughout the entire block before he can convince a verifier that this blockchain is legitimate. Otherwise, a verifier can very easily figure out the tampering, right? So how a verifier goes about it, he starts from this position and he works backwards, right? Like he first takes this h of Bn and he accesses this block Bn, he computes the hash of this whole block and checks whether h of Bn that's computed is the same as this value h of Bn, right? So, and similarly, he goes to the previous block until he reaches this genesis block, right? If all of the hash values they match, then it means that the chain of blocks that you have here, they represent a legitimate block of transactions, right? So that's how a verifier actually checks, and that's where these hash pointers are very useful, right? And that's why we discuss about this fundamental building block, which is this hash function, which is very essential. And for the blockchain to be secure and tamper proof, this hash function should also respect all the cryptographically secure properties that we discussed just now. Some 4 properties we discussed, right? All the 4 has to be respected by any hash function that you use here. Again, at this juncture, let me stop for a minute and then see if you have any doubts. Do you have any doubts? So far, so good.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. This is Kaushik, sir.
Yes, yes, Kaushik.
Sir, I have one doubt, sir. Sir, actually, we are using SHA 256 algorithm, right? That means the output should be 256 length. Number of bits is 256.
Yeah, the digest length is 256.
Right, sir?
Right, yeah.
But why are we using multiples of 512? You are saying Paddy at the time of Paddy mistake, we are using 512, multiples of 5. Why we are using 512, sir? Why you are not using multiples of 256?
Okay, so that is as per the design of this SHA algorithm, right? See, we need certain confusion and diffusion properties to hold in the data block that we consider. See, the objective of any hashing algorithm is the patterns which are seen in the message, it is not seen in the digest, right? And even a small change in the input message that causes a drastic ripple in the digest. Fine. So the thing is, the block size that you consider should not be too less, neither it should be too high, right? So there is some sort of optimal setting that you have to do in terms of the number of bits to guarantee certain confusion and diffusion properties of the hash that you are generating. And I believe this is the optimal setting at which you get the desirable cryptographically secure properties.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Sir, morning sir told about immutability. This is how it works now, sir.
Yeah, this is part of how immutability works, Manasa, but this is not the whole picture. Actually, this is just a part of how you can visualize it. And I have oversimplified the discussion just to not divert my focus away from the fundamental cryptographic primitives, because this is actually entering into the blockchain realm, right? And the structure of these blocks, if you see, it's more complicated than what I'm making it out to be here.
Okay, sir. Oh,
Yeah.
not immutable concept is covered here. Full, only part of it, sir.
Yeah, only part of it. There are several
Okay.
other concepts that you need to comprehend before you can comprehend immutability fully, but this is portion of it.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions at this juncture for me? Okay, so as no other questions are flowing through, let me continue with my discussion here. So this kind of, it's a very high level introduction to what do we mean by a cryptographically secure hash function, and we have seen one such instance of a cryptographically secure hash function, which is used actually in blockchains. The next fundamental building block of what we are going to discuss, and portion of it we discussed today morning as well, are what are called as digital signatures. Okay, and Prof. Ramki also throw quite a bit of a light on what are these digital signatures, and let's discuss these digital signatures in more detail. The hope is that we will culminate our discussion with some of the state-of-the-art digital signature algorithms which are used in the Bitcoin technology, right? So a digital signature is a sort of an electronic signature, right, that we affix on some document. So this is some sort of a signature that's affixed on some document that is transmitted electronically. And again, it should have several desirable properties, right? So application-wise properties or cryptographic properties, they should have several desirable properties. Let's say that this M represents a document that I want to send from, let's say, Alice to Bob, right? And let's say this Alice is the signing authority. And Bob is actually the verifying, entity. So what Alice does, right, before sending this document to Bob, Alice appends, let's say, what is called as the signature of this document, and sends the signature along with this message to Bob. Okay, and Bob, upon receiving this message and the signature, he is able to do several things, right? So few of what he is able to do is, first, he is able to verify the identity of Alice, right? So he is able to convince himself that Alice is the one that has sent this signature. So he should be able to authenticate both the sender and also the message, right? And the message that is being received. That's one requirement. And another requirement of the scheme is only Alice should be in a position to put her signature. Right? So nobody else should be able to imitate the signature of Alice. That's another requirement that we have on this digital signature scheme. Only Alice can affix her signature. Right? Nobody else should be able to imitate the signature of Alice. And the third requirement on such a schemes, right? Everybody, the general public should be able to verify that the signature is Alice's signature, right? So one should be able to tell the counterfeit from the original signature. So without any additional information, without any additional information, it should be possible for a general public to verify Alice's signature, right? So everyone should be able to verify Alice's signature. Yes, these are some requirements, and of course there are some auxiliary requirements as well. Let's say if this S of M, Alice has generated for this document M, right? And let's say later for some other document, let's say M1, nobody else should be able to sort of cut and paste the signature, right? And make it look like this has originated from Alice, right? Of course, this is somewhat different from paper-based signatures, right? So if we put a paper-based signature, it's possible for people to cut and copy the paper-based signature onto some other destination and make it look like the new document has come from us. But this is an additional requirement that we have for digital signatures, where such sort of copy-paste should not be possible. If a new document must be transmitted, the signature that's generated should depend both on the properties of Alice and also on the properties of this new document. Okay? So these are some requirements that we should respect when evolving a cryptographic scheme for digital signatures. Okay, and let's see how we are going to meet these requirements. And of course, the discussion on public key cryptography helps us here a lot. And asymmetric key cryptography is what is typically used. See, in asymmetric key cryptography, as we discussed today morning, there are pairs of keys, right? So you have a public key, let's call it as KPU, and you also have a private key, which is called as KPR. So let's say this is Alice, and Alice will have her public key, let's call it as KPUA, and her private key, which is KPRA. Now, there are several different goals of cryptography, right? So let's say if Alice wants to achieve confidentiality, like if she does not want anybody else to intercept her communication, right? So let's say somebody is sending some message to Alice, say Bob is sending some message to Alice, and we want to ensure confidentiality as a goal. Now what Bob needs to do, the message that he transmits, right? He should encrypt this message using, he knows only the public key of Alice, right? So he should encrypt this message using the public key of Alice. So that upon receiving this message, as only Alice knows her private key, confidentiality is ensured, right? So nobody else other than Alice will be able to decrypt this message to retrieve the same, right? So he will apply sort of the same algorithm upon receiving this message. Alice will apply the same algorithm, but using the private key of Alice. Right, and even today morning, the professor remarked that these two operations are inverses of one another, right? So if you apply it on this rate, they cancel each other out and you end up getting the message back. Right? So such is the orchestration of asymmetric key cryptography, and we'll see some examples in the form of elliptic curve cryptography and RSA algorithm and so on. So this is in case we want to achieve confidentiality, right? And another good property of these asymmetric key cryptographic schemes are that we are not very fuzzy about the order in which we apply these keys. Right? So for example, if M is the message to be transmitted, this M is equal to EPRA of EPUA of M. And it is also equal to EPUA of EPRA of M. Okay, so this is some sort of commutativity that holds in the form of operations that we perform on this message. So irrespective of whether you apply the public key first and then the private key, or the private key first and then the public key for performing this crypt operation, you end up getting the message back. So this is one very significant property of these asymmetric key crypto systems, which enables us to use these crypto systems for achieving this digital signatures as well, rather than just confidentiality. If you want to use this asymmetric key cryptography for digital signatures, what we do, let's say Alice is the one who wishes to send some message to Bob, or maybe let's follow this consistently. Bob, let's say he wishes to send some message to Alice. What he does is, Bob has two keys, right? So he has his private key that is known only to Bob. He also has a public key, PUB, which is known to everybody. Okay, maybe this public key is disseminated through some sort of a certificate authority and so on. Let's not enter into those discussions. Let's assume that this entity Alice knows the public key of Bob. So KPUB is known to Alice. So what Bob does, right? He kind of first appends this message with EPRB. Okay, so EPRB is actually kind of the encrypted form of this message, but the encryption has been done using the private key of Bob, right? So this is known only to Bob, and only Bob can encrypt this, right? Upon receiving this message, this M padded with EPRB of M, what Alice does, as Alice knows the public key, Alice applies this operation, EPUB of EPRB of M, and gets back this M, right? Once she gets this M, she can compare whether this M is the same as this M, right? So this M is the one that comes out of this process, and if M dash is equal to M, what can Alice confirm, right? Alice can confirm that this is a very authentic signature of Bob, because only Bob knows his private key, and if M dash is equal to M, it could only mean that this operation is performed by Bob. Right? So that's when you are able to invert it and you are able to get a message which is the same as this M. Okay, so that is how we use this asymmetric key cryptography for digital signatures. When you want to use it for digital signatures, you use your private key for encrypting first before sending, and then everybody else will be able to verify whether this is your signature by using your public key, because this KPUB is known to everybody, not just to Alice. So anyone in this realm can verify whether the signature is Bob's or not. Okay, so when it comes to confidentiality, we do it the other way around, right? So we kind of encrypt it using the receiver's public key before transmitting it through a channel. And once it is received, the receiver can use his private key for decrypting the encrypted message. Okay, so this is how we do digital signatures. A small nitty-gritty here. People generally do not apply these encryptions on the whole message for like computation reasons, and also for this bandwidth reasons, right? So what they do is, while computing digital signature, let's say there is Bob here. He wishes to send some message to Alice. He pads this message with his private key encrypted version of the hash of the message. Right? He does not try to encrypt the whole message. That will consume more time. So what he does is, he subjects this message to hash, like SHA-256, and he like encrypts only the digest of the message, right? By assuming the collision resistance property, right? This is secure, right? So this is this cannot be tampered with, and it will work as expected. Upon receiving this, what Alice will do? Alice will take this EPRB of H of M, and she can actually apply Bob's public key to get back H of M, Okay, and she also has access to this yum. So she can independently subject this yum to this hash function h of m, and she can match whether this h of m is equal to this h of m that has come out. Right. So if it's equal, it means that the signature that's affixed by Bob is authentic. Right. So when can this be equal? This can be equal even in the case of some collision. Right. So even when this yum is replaced by with some other message by the attacker, even then there is a slight possibility of this hash becoming the same. But considering the collision resistance property and the hardness of any attacker to be able to do this, and the order of computations which are needed by the attacker for doing this, you can assume that if h of m is equal to this h of m that comes out of this decryption process, then it should mean that both Bob and the message that Bob has sent are authenticated by Alice. Alice can believe that this has originated from Bob and the message has not been tampered with because the hash is matching with the message. Okay, so at this point, I think I have reached the end of the first session. And do you have any queries before we break for tea? If you have some queries, please post it to me.
Sir, how are these concepts used in blockchain? Like previous hash is used like that, sir. How these?
Yeah, this digital signature is also used in blockchains because, let's say, for example, somebody is adding some transactions in a block, right? Later, the person should not deny that I have not added these transactions. Somebody else has added these transactions. So if the person digitally signs the transactions which are appended to the block, then later he or she cannot deny of carrying out that transaction. So it kind of hedges against what is called as non-repudiation attacks, where the person who stores the transaction or who has initiated the transaction later cannot deny that I have performed this transaction.
Okay.
Sir?
Yes.
Can we use this technique, digital signature to tokenization, sir?
No, I'm not able to understand your question, Kaushik. Can you repeat that again?
Can you use this digital signature technique in tokenization? Tokenization means while the transaction is going on, send the OTP from bank server to us, right? So can we use this digital signature at the tokenization, sir?
Okay, I'm still not able to follow your question fully, but a digital signature can be used, right? So wherever somebody wishes to authenticate themselves, and also somebody wishes to authenticate the message that they are sending to a recipient. Let's say the recipient wishes to make sure that this message has indeed come from the banking server. Definitely, such digital signatures will be useful.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, so I think if there are no other questions, shall we break for tea and then we'll resume at 3 p.m. Welcome back for the last session for today's program. So we spoke about some fundamental cryptographic primitives in the previous lecture, and we spoke about what are cryptographically secure hash functions, and we saw SHA-256 at a very high level. And we also saw several properties which must be satisfied by the cryptographically secure hash functions for their tamper-proof use in blockchains. We started motivating this digital signatures, and we kind of spoke about how asymmetric key cryptographic formulations can be used for realizing digital signatures. And we'll see some example for the asymmetric key crypto systems now, starting with the well-known RSA, right? And RSA, as we know, right, it's a very fundamental asymmetric key crypto system. And this was actually like conceptualized, and this was actually implemented by one of the pioneers of public key crypto system, right, whose initials are given here. Ron Rivest, right, and Adi Shamir and Leonard Edelman, right? So these are the three people who are responsible for the inception of public key cryptographic field, and they also came up with this algorithm called RSA, which was widely adopted, right? And looking at the steps that we do in RSA, right? It is based on some fundamental mathematical underpinning that there exists some triplets that are of the form E, D, N, such that for any message that you take, right, if you raise m power e to the power of d, and you can find this to be congruent to m power d to the power of e, which is congruent to m mod n. Okay, so this is the fundamental premise based on which the RSA algorithm is built. And also it is very hard for you to find this decryption key D given all of the other ingredients in this formulation. So it's difficult to find this D. Even if we know this E, M, and N, right? So even after knowing So this is the fundamental premise behind this RSA. And as all of us know, the public key that is used is this combination of E and N. This is the public key that is used. And the private key that is used is this combination of D and N. Okay. And if you look at the steps of this RSA algorithm, again, this is something that's very familiar to all of us. Let me just recall the steps. We initially select large prime integers, right? So let's say n1 and n2 are the two large prime integers. It's selected at random, right? And let's compute another integer n as a product of this n1, n2. Right? After computing this integer n, we'll compute some sort of totient functions. There are several different totient functions possible, but the one that's very popularly used is this Euler totient function, which is computed as n1 minus 1 multiplied by n2 minus 1. Right? So this is the Euler totient function. And then how do we select this E and D? We select this component of this public key E such that this E is from the open interval 1 comma phi of n, and also that the GCD between this E and the Euler totient value phi of n is equal to 1, which means there's no common factor between this E and phi of n, and these are co-primes. That's what it means. And once you select this key E, the component of this key E, what we do is we need to find this D which matches with this E, which can be paired with this E. So how can we find this D? D is basically the multiplicative inverse of this E mod phi n. Okay, so this is how we set up the parameters to be used with the RSA algorithm. And for encryption, how do we encrypt? So for encryption, what we do, this is, let's say the ciphertext C is m raised to the power of e mod n. Thus this E is component of this public key. Anybody can use this, right, to encrypt and send a message to the receiver. But only the intended receiver can decrypt this because of the properties of the RSA that we just stated, right? So given this E, N, and so on, it's very difficult for anybody to find this D. That's the fundamental premise based on which this RSA is built. And decryption happens like this. You get back the message by saying C power D mod n. Right? And C is nothing but m power E. Definitely m power E D mod n gives m back, as per the properties that we have just discussed. And when it comes to digital signature computation, this is the encryption decryption mechanism that we use for confidentiality. Right? So this is how we achieve confidentiality. And if you want to use RSA for digital signatures, right? Let's say for digital signatures, how do we go about this? For computing the digital signature, let's call it as D. D is the digital signature. We have to take the message and then we have to raise it to the power of D mod n. Okay, so because of this property, right, the commutative property, m power e power d is the same as m power d power e mod n. Right, so because of this property, either order you apply d or e, right, you can get back m. So we are invoking that property. Maybe I'm overloading this d at this juncture. Let me replace this d with, let's say, some signature s. So s is m power d mod n, and as this d is part of this private key of a person, only that person knows his private key. So the signature could have been generated only by a person who knows his private key. Okay, so that's how the authenticity is established. And upon receiving the signature, everybody knows the public key of this person. So what they can do, if the message is sent along with the signature, upon receipt of the message, anybody will be able to say S power E mod n, because E is part of the public key of the person. So anybody will be able to say this and get back m, and they will be in a position to compare this m with this m to make sure that the signature has come from the person, right? So who has intended the signature. So this is how we can use this RSA algorithm for basically establishing confidentiality, and also for establishing this digital signature, authenticity through digital signatures. Now, I think before this break, one of you asked a question: what is the relevance of all of this to blockchains or bitcoins? Right? Let's see a very simple example of where all of this is being used while building a blockchain, or maybe in general for storing a set of transactions. Right? So let us say, for example, there is an existing blockchain. Let's say this is the Genesis block V0. And then you have this B1, there is a hash pointer, and so on. Now let's say Alice is trying to actually send some money to Bob. Okay, so let's say Alice wishes to send some 100 rupees to Bob. Okay, now this is the ledger that's being maintained, and let's see how this gets added to this ledger. Of course, the mechanism that I'm going to describe here is much a toned down version of what is actually happening, because we're yet to discuss several more concepts like Merkle trees and how Bitcoin mining happens and so on. So let me just take a very simplified example of how all of this is relevant. So if Alice wishes to transfer 100 rupees to Bob, that is a scenario. Okay, so how this is executed? Alice first actually uses her private key to sign this transaction. Let's say this is the latest block, ABN, which is about to be added to this blockchain. It's currently being mined, let's assume. And in the list of transactions, what Alice does is she encodes this information that A to B, 100 rupees is being transferred. This is the message, and probably what Alice will do, she first applies this SHA-256 digest on this. She computes the digest of this, and then she encrypts this, let's say using RSA, using her private key. Okay, EKPRA. Okay, maybe let me write it here. So EKPRA of, let's say, this SHA-256 A to B. The amount of money that is transferred is 100. The denomination is in rupees. Okay, so this constitutes the digital signature of Alice, and along with this, right, she also stores this transaction. So this is the signature. This is Alice's signature. Right, along with the signature, she stores this transaction into this block, right, that stores the set of transactions. Okay, then later a miner will come along and he will have to, actually mine this block. Right? So what do you mean by mining this block? He'll have to figure out some sort of a nonce value, which if appended to the contents of this block, will generate some sort of a hash, right? So let's say this is the contents of this block. So along with the contents of this block Bn, if he appends the nonce value and applies a hash, right, he should get back some value x, right? This x can have some conditions on it, saying like the first 100 bits on this x must be 1, or the bit pattern of the x for the first 100 position should be alternating ones and zeros. So any such restriction can be imposed on the puzzle. The purpose of this miner is to compute this nonce value such that this condition is satisfied. So whoever succeeds in computing that nonce value will succeed in adding this block to the main blockchain, and will be also rewarded, right, with some sort of bitcoins for his effort in mining this transaction block and ensuring its validity and adding it to the blockchain. Okay, so this is there, right? All of this is just the digital signature that ensures non-repudiation, and the hashes which which is computed on the message to increase the storage and computational efficiency, and also the sort of mining that happens and the sort of puzzle-friendly nature of this hash that enables this mining, so that a set of transactions can be added as a block to the blockchain. All of this is where these fundamental primitives that we are discussing now will come into picture. Of course, this RSA is not basically used, right, in your bitcoins. That doesn't prevent you from using RSA for a general blockchain, but for bitcoins, the algorithm, this elliptic curve cryptographic algorithm, is what being used for computing these digital signatures. In specific, we use an algorithm called elliptic curve digital signature algorithm, which is what we'll be discussing shortly. Okay. So this is where all of what we are discussing, it finds its place in blockchains. So maybe at this juncture, let me pause for a minute and then see whether you have some questions. So far, so good? Are there any questions for me? Shall we move on to elliptic curve cryptography?
Sir, is there any methods for representing nonce values? So always a random number, or is any algorithm to generate nonce the value which appended?
No, actually, nonce is just a bit string, right? And let's say if there are k bits here in nonce, let's say you have k bits here. the only way that you can solve this puzzle, let's say this X I know, what is the pattern that I want here, this I know. Let's say this is some M bits. And this M will be basically the size of the signature that this hash generates. That depends on the hash function we use. So if it's a SHA-256, you expect 256 bits of alternating ones and zeros here. And the contents of block Bn is the one that's currently all the miners are trying to add to the blockchain. Now, the hash function is being, used here. It's chosen in such a way that it's puzzle friendly, which means what? You cannot find out the value of this nonce using any analytical method. You'll have to try out all possible enumerations of this nonce, right? So if there are, let's say if you assume the nonce as 3 bits, right? The only way that you can solve this puzzle is to fit the 000 here, append 000 here, and pad it to the contents of this block Bn, compute the hash of this block, and see if you are getting this pattern. If that doesn't work, then you have to go and try the next enumeration. If that doesn't work, you have to go and try the next enumeration. As the number of bits in this nonce it increases, right? The combinations of this also, it becomes intractable. Right? So for k bits, you have to deal with 2 power k combinations before you can solve this puzzle, and there is no computationally easy way of doing it. Okay, so that's what we discussed as the puzzle-friendly property of the Ssh.
One more, is there any, this is the best value for k bits for the nonce. Is there any such risk?
No, there are no prescriptions as such, there is a trade-off that is involved here, right? Like, if of course the number of bits for nonce is more, right? That increases the number of computations for a miner, right? And as the number of computations are increased, then the probability of anybody going and adding a block here, right? That should not come down to 0. The puzzle should be posed in such a way that it should still be computationally feasible for majority of the miners to solve this puzzle and authenticate a set of transactions and add it to the blockchain. So there is no, what I can say, prescriptions as such here, but it's a trade-off between the amount of computations that you spend and how frequently you want a block to be added to the blockchain, right? And as per some 2019 or 20 statistics, if I understand it correctly, like almost every 10 minutes or 10 seconds, I think a block gets added. Any other questions? Does that answer your question, Venkatramana?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Well, no other questions are flowing through. So let me assume that all of you are following so far what I have said. And let me move on to the next important topic of discussion, which is this elliptic curve cryptography. Right? So the name elliptic curve, right, could be misleading to many. Many may think that this has got something to do with ellipse, right? But of course, elliptic curves, they have this name because they are used for computing the circumferences of ellipses. That's why this name. Other than this, they have no connection to ellipses. Fine. So that's one misconception that we have to clear at the first go. And what is so special about this elliptic curve cryptography, right? The thing is, these cryptographic systems, they provide the same level of security as that provided by any discrete logarithmic systems or systems like RSA for considerably shorter key lengths, right? So for example, if you have to use a key of the order of 1024 bits in some discrete logarithm system or in RSA, here in ECC, it's enough if you use 160 bits to achieve the same level of security. So with shorter key lengths, you can achieve the same level of security. With shorter, let's say, key lengths, the same level of security as that achievable in systems like RSA or maybe some discrete logarithm systems, right? Other crypto systems. So just for you to compare, 160 bits are sufficient, right? An ECC to achieve the same level of security as using a 1024-bit key when it comes to RSA and other DL crypto systems, right? So what this does is it basically like on one hand, it achieves storage efficiency and computational efficiency as well. With fewer computations, you will be able to get the same level of security. But there are several criticisms as well when it comes to ECC. Okay, people claim that if you do RSA with short public keys, then basically that is much faster than using a ECC. Fine. So that's some other claim that we have, but essentially ECC is widely adopted for Bitcoins, and this is one of the reasons why, because with small key lengths, right, we are able to achieve a very good security level as that of other discrete logarithm based crypto systems. Now, what are these elliptic curves and how computations can be defined with the help of these elliptic curves is what we are going to learn now. This comprises of fairly involved mathematics. So let me, try to explain it in a way that's comprehensible. So how do you define an elliptic curve, right? So generally, this elliptic curve could be defined over this, ZP field. Right, so what do you mean by ZP? This ZP is kind of the field that you get, and the field comprises of these numbers from 0, 1 till p minus 1, where p is some sort of a prime number. Okay, and an elliptic curve is supposed to comprise of points, let's say of the form x comma y, that belongs to this field ZP. That fulfills of course, the equation of the elliptic curve, right? So what is the equation of the elliptic curve? The equation looks like this. Y squared is congruent to, let's say, x cube plus ax plus b under mod p arithmetic. Okay, of course, these points alone will not constitute an elliptic curve, because for us to apply this elliptic curve in cryptographic applications, we need to ensure that the group properties are satisfied, right? So the points on the elliptic curve should form some sort of a cyclic group for us to apply any sort of cryptographic operations. So to ensure that the group theoretic properties are holding, right, along with this point on the curve that satisfies this curve, we also consider this a special point, delta, which we call it as point of infinity. That is also considered to be part of this group. And of course, there is certain condition that the discriminant of this curve must satisfy, so that there are no intersections, self-intersections of the curve, right? So for example, if the curve that you are drawing, it intersects like this, it self-intersects like this, right? Then such self-intersections will hamper the way that we are setting up our crypto systems. So this usually has an added constraint that the discriminant of this curve, right, it is non-zero. So if you compute the discriminant of this curve, it is minus 16 4a cube plus 27b squared. This should not be equal to 0. And maybe if you lose this constant, right, this translates into 4a cube plus 27b squared should not be equal to 0 under mod p arithmetic. Right, so this is an added condition that ensures that some cryptographic weaknesses are not coming in based on the curve that you use, right? So especially we wish to make sure that the curve that we use here is a non-singular curve, and geometrically it means that there is no self-intersection that you find in the curve. Now, after having defined this equation for an elliptic curve, and after having seen the condition for the curve to be non-singular, which means the discriminant of the curve should not be equal to 0, let us see some actual elliptic curve and reason out about the geometric properties of the curve before using it in any crypto system. Okay, so let's take this curve. Let's say y squared equal to x cube minus 3x plus 3. Let's take this curve, okay? And if you plot this curve, the curve will look something like this. This is your x-axis, y-axis. Right, I'm not drawing it precisely, but I think you can get the shape that I'm drawing here. Okay. So if you look at this curve, right, there are several properties that you can observe immediately by just looking at this curve. The one property is if you look at this equation and if you like compute this y in terms of x, right, you get square root of x cube minus 3x plus 3. Fine, and this will basically give you two solutions, right? Like y equal to plus or minus whatever is the value you get here, x cube minus 3x plus 3. That is why for a particular x value, you have 2 points here, right? So if you take this as the x value, you find 2 points here, one that corresponds to the positive value and the other one that corresponds to the negative value. And these 2 points, of course, have the same magnitude, right? The only thing is this is in the positive direction and this is in the negative direction, right? So because of that, the curve that you plot here, right, it's symmetric about the x-axis. That's one observation that we have. So this is symmetric about the x-axis. Okay, and another simple observation that we have here is this sort of curve for this equation. It intersects the x-axis at one point, right? But the order of the curve that you see here is cubic, which means there is actually one real root, right? So the place where it intersects is actually the real root for this equation, and there are two imaginary roots which are not showing up here in the curve, right? So because the order of the curve is 3, there's one real root and 2 imaginary roots that we find. And this is not some general property of this elliptic curve. For this particular curve that I have drawn, right, I'm discussing that for some other form of elliptic curves, it may intersect the x-axis in more than one place as well, right? So this is not some generic property of the elliptic curve that we are discussing here, okay? But for me to use this elliptic curve, for building any crypto system, right, of course, it should satisfy some algebraic properties, right? Some sort of group theoretic axioms should be satisfied by the elliptic curve before we can put this use for some crypto system. So in specific, right, if you consider points on the elliptic curve as being members of the group, and by the way, not all the points on the elliptic curve need to be members of the group, right? So a subset of the points on the elliptic curve can also be the member of a group. But if some special properties hold on the form of the elliptic curve, then all the points on the elliptic curve will be a member of the group, right? So there are some theorems which we will be discussing down the line. So let's, and another important thing that I wish to draw your attention to, see the way that I have drawn this elliptic curve, right? This is not, with respect to the mod p, right? This is actually on the real axis I have drawn this curve, y squared equal to x cube minus 3x plus 3. And I have not considered the modular arithmetic, right? So, and I'm not considering that this is over the prime field ZP and then plotting. Right? So if I do that, then it will lose its geometric interpretation and it becomes much less interpretable for us. So let's base our discussions using this real dimension, and obviously our understanding can be extrapolated to the modular arithmetic as well. Okay, so now let's see how we can set up a group out of this elliptic curve and how we can set up a crypto system out of this. Okay, so let us see how we can perform group operations on this elliptic curve. Let us say that this is the group operator. This symbol is the group operator. Let me take 2 points on the elliptic curve. Let's say A is the point that I take on the elliptic curve, and I wish to apply this group operator with another point B, right? Of course, this group operation should satisfy several group axioms. Of course, you know what is a group, right? A group is basically some sort of a set along with an operation, where if you apply this operation, the result that you get will also be a member of the group, right? That's called a closure property. And the operation should be associative, and there should be an identity element for the operation in the group, such that if you take the identity element and if you apply it on any other element, you get back the same element, the existence of identity. Then existence of inverse, right? So if you take an element and if you find the inverse of the element and if you apply this group operation, you should get back the identity element. So the existence of inverse and the associativity property, right? So all of these, closure, associativity, existence of inverse, existence of identity, all of these must hold for us to consider this elliptic curve as a group, and then for us to build some crypto system on top of this elliptic curve, right? So people have done a lot of research, right? And then they have come up with the form of this group operation, and let's understand what is the form of this group operation for elliptic curves. So let me draw the curve again. X-axis, y-axis. Let's say this is an elliptic curve, okay? Now, how do we perform this group operation? Let's say I have this point A somewhere here, right? And let's say I have this point B somewhere here. Now, what I do for performing this A dot B, right, where this dot is the group operation. See, for this to be a group, right, whatever result I get, this A dot B should also be on the curve, right? So A dot B cannot be outside the curve because we are talking about members of the group as points on the curve. So how this works, I'll have to basically connect this AB and find out the intersection of this line with this elliptic curve. Okay, and wherever this intersection is, maybe be hard for me to draw it this way. Let me pick some other points. Okay, let me pick A here. Pick A here. And let me pick B here. So this is A and this is B. I want to apply this group operation on this A and B. So the way it is applied is, I'll first connect this A and B, right, through this line. And this line, wherever it intersects this elliptic curve. So this is the point of intersection of this line with the elliptic curve. I'll find out the mirror image of this point on the other side of the elliptic curve. And whatever is this mirror image I find, right, this is the answer to the question A dot B. Okay, so this is the way this group operation is defined for two distinct elements A and B. So this is in case this A is not equal to B. But let us say in case this A is equal to B, then this construction will not work, because when A is equal to B, both the points are on the same point of the elliptic curve and you cannot draw a line between them. So this sort of construction will not work. So we need some other definition of group operation when the point A is equal to B. So let's see how the group operation is defined. This is your x-axis, this is your y-axis. And let's say that this is your elliptic curve. And this is, let's say, A. Okay, and in this case, A is equal to B, so we are considering only one point. So the group operation here is defined through the tangent and chord method, right? So where you draw this tangent and then see where the tangent at this point A intersects this elliptic curve, and you just find out the mirror image of this intersection, and this is your answer to A dot A, which is the group operation applied to the same element. Okay, so this is how the group operation is defined in the elliptic curve, and it's fairly easy for you to determine the the analytical equivalent of the points A dot B and A into A. Right? So if you want me to spell it out, I'll do that. So we are trying to compute A dot B. Fine. And let's assume this A is given by x1 comma y1 and B is given by x2 comma y2. These are 2 points on the elliptic curve, and A dot B is given by x3 comma y3. Okay, so how do we compute this x3 y3? It's a fairly simple geometric procedure. Right? So x3 is given by the slope of the line that connects, let's say, either the tangent or the 2 points A, B. Tangent in case A is equal to B. So this S is actually the slope of the line that connects x1, y1 and x2, y2. Right? So this is in case A is not equal to B. In case A is equal to B, then this is the slope of the tangent at x1, y1. Slope of the tangent at x1, y1. This is in case this A is equal to B. Okay, there are 2 different ways in which you have to compute this x3, y3, depending upon the points on which you are trying to apply this operation to arrive at this A dot B. So this is s squared minus x1 minus x2, of course under the mod p arithmetic. And similarly, y3 is given by again slope multiplied by x1 minus x3 minus y1 mod p. And how do you compute the slope? Again, that's a fairly geometric process. This slope can be computed to be just y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1 if A is not equal to B. Okay, maybe you add a mod p here because all of this are under the mod p arithmetic when it comes to elliptic curve. And this is equal to the slope of the tangent at the point x1, y1. So the slope of the tangent at the point x1, y1 is given by this 3x1 squared plus A mod p. This is in case A is equal to B. Okay, so this is the way that you can apply this group operation, and you can actually make sure that it defines a valid group operation, right? So we are doing it in a very specific way to make this actually a group, right? So if you do it any other way, the resultant set of points that you get may not be a group, okay? But still, we have just established the group operation. We are yet to prove the existence of the identity element or the inverse element, okay? So the way the identity element exists, right? Of course, there's no identity element per se on the elliptic curve. The way that we have defined the elliptic curve, you cannot find an identity element on the elliptic curve. So what people did, they just assumed the existence of a imaginary element, right? So this is this point of infinity, right? So that if you take any point, let's say P, and add this point of infinity, you get back the same point, P. Okay, so this point of infinity you can imagine, as a point at infinity, either in the positive direction or in the negative direction, right? So this is some infinite point, which is either here, located here in the positive direction, or which is located here in the negative direction. That's how you'll have to imagine it. That's just an imaginary point. That's also part of the group because we don't find any identity element in the group. This is some sort of a workaround that we do for having an identity element in the group so that we can build a crypto system out of this. Okay, and this formulation nicely works as well because let's say if you take an element A, fine, take a point on the elliptic curve A, and if you add the inverse of this A, okay, you should get back this neutral element, right? This identity element. This is the point of infinity or let's say identity element. And if you take any point on the elliptic curve and add and apply this group operation, by addition I just mean the group operation here, and you apply the group operation, you should get back the identity element. So if you think about it, in what way you should define the inverse element for a given element to get this identity element? That's also very evident by looking at the curve. Okay, so let's say for example, I take this A. What should be A inverse for me to get the point of infinity? Okay, so what should be A inverse? See, if I add A with another point, let's say if A inverse is taken to be this A inverse, if I perform this group operation on A and A inverse, by extending this line, as this A inverse is taken to be the mirror image of A, the result of that trait will be this point of infinity element. Because if I extend this line in either direction, that will never intersect this curve in any way. Because if I take this inverse to be the mirror image of this point, if I extend a line between this A and A inverse, that will only meet the point of infinity and not any other point on the elliptic curve. This is another reason why we imagine this identity element to be the point of infinity. Okay, so how do you figure out this point A inverse? See, if A is, let's say, x comma y, then A inverse has the same x coordinate, but it is negation of y. Okay, so finding out A inverse is also quite easy for any point on the elliptic curve. Let's say if A is this x comma y, then for this to hold, this A dot A inverse to be the point of infinity, for A dot infinite, dot A inverse to be the point of infinity, this should hold, right? So A inverse must be equal to x comma minus y. This is the mirror image of that point. Okay, and cryptographically speaking, right, how do you compute this minus y? Minus y cannot be just like that computed. You have to compute this minus y by subtracting y from the prime p, right, and then taking mod p. So this is how you compute this minus y. Because remember, all of this is with respect to the mod p arithmetic that you have. So far what we have done is, so far we have established a group operation that ensures the closure property, which means once you perform the group operation, geometrically you can see that the result will be on the elliptic curve. And we have established that an inverse element exists for every element in the group. And we have established the existence of an identity element of the group. And it's easy for you to see that the associativity property also holds. Okay, so given that all of these group axioms hold, right, we can use this elliptic curve as a sound, basis for constructing the crypto system, right? And then we can construct several other abstractions on top of it, like discrete logarithmic problem, and using it for Diffie-Hellman kind of formulation, or using it for digital signature computations. Okay, let me at this point give you a sense of comfort by working out some computations on this elliptic curve before moving forward, right? So that you can be a little comfortable about what I'm saying. So let's consider this equation. This is a representative example. See, y squared, it's congruent to x cubed plus 2x plus 2 mod 17. Let's take this elliptic curve and let's consider this point A, which is 5, 1. Right? And I wish to apply this group operation on A with itself. Let's say I wish to compute this A dot A. Fine. So which means I wish to compute this 5, 1 dot 5, 1. Right? And this result is this x3, y3. Fine. Now can you apply whatever I have told earlier to do this computation? The point is 5, 1. And this is the elliptic curve that you have. Maybe let me, let me actually rewrite what I have written there so that it's captured within this slide and it's easy for you to work this out. Let me rewrite that. Say x3 is s squared minus x1 minus x2 mod p. right? And y3 is s times x1 minus x3 minus y1 mod p. And this is the same point on which we are applying the group operation, right? So the slope is just this tangent to the line that passes via this point. So 3x1 squared plus a divided by 2y1. Okay, now can you compute this x3, y3 and ping your answers through the chat window? Remember, this is A, this is B, and this is P, in case you are confused about the nomenclature. Can you work this value of x3, y3 out and let me know your answer through the chat window? I'll give you 2 minutes time. See, first you need to compute this x3 because you need the value of x3 for computing y3. Right? So first you have to do this, then this. This is also under mod p. So what is the value of slope? I'm getting an answer as 38.5. No, not at all. See, remember all of this is under mod p arithmetic. Okay. See, for example, if you have to divide it by 2y1, right? You cannot divide it just like that. You have to multiply it with the inverse of 2y1, right? So this inverse is the multiplicative inverse under mod p arithmetic. So what is your answer? See, remember all of these are under mod p arithmetic. You cannot just, forget this mod p. No, I think I'm getting only tangential pings. Let me try to work this out, okay? So this 2 times y1 is in the denominator, right? And this is x1 and this is y1. This is x1 and this is y1. So what happens here is 2 times y1 value is 1. That is inverse. You have to compute this multiplicative inverse times 3 times 5 squared. This is plus the value of a is 2. Okay, that comes from the elliptic curve equation. So this is 2. And remember, this is under mod. The p value is 17, I think. Yeah, p value is 17. So this is under mod 17. Okay. So how do you compute this? This is just 2 into 1 is 2. So you need to compute 2 inverse under mod 17 arithmetic multiplied by this 3 times 5 squared plus 2, right? So 3 times 5 squared is, this is 25 multiplied by 3, 75, 77. Okay, so this is 77 mod 17, right? So if you pull up your calculators and compute 77 mod 17, what do you get? You get 9 as the remainder, right? So this is 2 inverse multiplied by 9, okay, mod 17. Now, what is a 2 inverse under mod 17? Which means, what is that number that you'll have to multiply with 2 to get the identity 1 under mod 17 arithmetic? That's what you'll have to see. Okay, see, the number that you'll have to multiply with 2 to get under mod 17, right? To get the remainder 1 is basically 9, right? 9 into 2 is 18, and 18 mod 17 is 1. So 2 inverse becomes 9 here. So it's actually 9 times 9 mod 17. And 9 times 9 is actually 81 mod 17. What is the remainder you get when you do 81 mod 17? 13. Right? So this is 13 mod 17. Okay, so the value of S that you get here is 13 under mod 17 arithmetic. Now try to plug in the value of this S in this equation for x3. What do you get here? This is equal to 13 squared minus 5 minus 5, because both are 5 under mod 17. What is the value of x3 you are getting? So this is 169, right? So this is 159 mod 17. 159 mod 17 is 6, right? 6, mod 17 is 6 mod 17. Okay, so the value of x3 is 6. Now can you compute and tell me the value of y3 and ping through the chat window? What is the value of y3? Now you know S, you know x1, x3, y1. Substitute it here and tell me the value of y3. I'm getting an answer as 3. What about others? Are you also getting 3? Okay, I'm getting 2-3 responses as 3. So let me see if it is right. So this is 13 is the slope multiplied by this is 5 minus this is 6, and this y1 is 1. Okay, so this is, if I work it out in the calculator, I am getting minus 14, right? Minus 14 is actually congruent to 3 mod 17. Okay, so this is 6 comma 3. The answer to this is 6 comma 3. This A dot A is 6 comma 3. Right, you can also check whether this answer is correct, right? So maybe to a certain extent, if you substitute the value of 6 comma 3 in the equation for this elliptic curve, right, it should be satisfying this condition, right? So the remainder that you get when you divide y squared by 17 should be the same as the remainder that you get when you divide x cube plus 2x plus 2 by 17. Okay, so that you can check easily. Now, after having understood the group operation, right, on the elliptic curve that we have defined now, let's see how we can pose a discrete logarithm problem out of what we have done so far, right? So for you to see that, let me first enumerate a table comprising of all of the points that I have computed here for the same elliptic curve, right? So the elliptic curve equation is this: y squared is congruent to x cube plus 2x plus 2 mod 17. Okay, and let's take the point 5 comma 1. We took the point 5 comma 1 and we doubled it, right? So we said a dot a and we computed that to be 6 comma 3, right? Now when you triple it, which means when you apply the same group operation 3 times, that is you already have a dot a, just say dot a. So that's 6 comma 3 dot 5 1. If you do the computation as per the formula that we have defined, I already computed, and this is the value that I'm getting, 10 comma 6. Okay, and let me arrive at a shortcut where a power I represents the group operation applied on a I times. Right, so this is the group operation applied on a I times. If I do that and if I continue to enumerate these values, right, let's say a cube is 10 comma 6. Now a power 4 is 3 comma 1. A power 5 is 9 comma 16. A power 6 is 16 comma 13. A power 7 is 0 comma 6. A power 8 is 13 comma 7. A power 9 works out to be 7 comma 6. A power 10 is 7 comma 11. A power 11 is 13 comma 10. A power 12 is 0 comma 11. A power 13 is 16 comma 4. We can easily write a program to do this, right? A power 14 is 9 comma 1. A power 15 is 3 comma 16. A power 16 is 10 comma 11. Right, and a power 17 is 6 comma 14. A power 18 is 5 comma 16. And at this point, a power 19 is delta. Okay, so you can actually like check this, right? If you take this a power 18, 5 comma 16, and if you apply the group operation with 5 comma 1, right, you will end up getting delta, right? So that computation you can easily check. Okay, so maybe I'll throw some light on that. You take 5 comma 1, right? And if you compute the inverse of this 5 comma 1, what do you get? The inverse of this 5 comma 1 will be the point that is on the mirror image, right, on the elliptic curve, by the way that we have defined this. The point that is on the mirror image will contain the same x value, which is this 5, but the y value will be p minus this y value, right? 17 is the p value, so you get 5 comma 16. So a inverse is 5 comma 16 and the a value is 5 comma 1. So if you apply the group operation on this by saying 5 comma 16 group operation 5 comma 1, you will get the point of infinity, because you are trying to connect the opposite points on the elliptic curve, and that's why you get this a19 to be the point of infinity. Now this leads to something that's interesting, right? So if a19 is the point of infinity, what will be a20? A20 will be this point of infinity, and you apply the group operation with 5 comma 1, and this is nothing but a, right? So this is nothing but a. Fine, this is nothing but a. If you apply this group operation on identity element with another element, right, you get back the same element. So this a20 is a, which means a21 will be a squared, right? And a22 will be a power 3 and so on, right? Now you can see how the group is a cyclic group, right? So this is not just a group. The elliptic curve that we have defined here, along with the group operations, it's not just a group, it's in fact a cyclic group, where if you take 5 comma 1 to be the primitive element, which means the generator of the group, right? By applying the group operation on the primitive element, you are able to generate successive elements of the group and you are able to get back the generator, right? And once you get back the generator, again any number of applications of the group operation will generate the same sort of cyclic group again and again. Okay, so this is the point on the elliptic curve that we have along with the point of infinity. It actually forms a cyclic group. That's one notion that I want you to understand. Okay. Now, how can we use this sort of a notion for building a discrete logarithmic problem out of elliptic curves, right? So let me just discuss that and reserve the further discussions on elliptic curve during my follow-up lecture. Okay. So let us say if A is the point, and if we apply the group operation on this point, let's say some I times, and let's say we get another point B. Okay, the discrete logarithm problem when it comes to elliptic curve is given A and B, these are corresponding to public keys. The problem is to find I, which means how many times I should apply the group operation on this point on the elliptic curve to end up getting this point B. Okay, so which means I want to determine how many jumps I have to make on the elliptic curve by applying the elliptic curve operations again and again before I can reach this point B, which is part of the public key. Okay, trust me, it's very hard to do, even for this small elliptic curve with a small group order, right? So the order of this group is about 19 or something, right? Before the uniqueness vanishes and the same elements the shuttle, right? So the order of this group is just 19, and even for this small elliptic curve, you see the complexity of performing this operation. Okay, and there are some standard elliptic curves whose the order of the group will be very high. Right, it will be a very big order, which means the number of group elements in the group will be very high. And for such elliptic curves, if you pose this problem, right, if you give a point on the elliptic curve, if you give some destination point, and if you ask a person how many times the group operation should be applied for you to get back this destination point, right, this is a very hard discrete logarithmic problem to solve, right? So this is the analogy that I would like to draw between what we have discussed so far and using this elliptic curve and posing a discrete logarithm problem. Okay, and I think at which point I've exhausted my time. Maybe I'll stop here and then take some questions that you have, and I'll continue this discussion on elliptic curves and discuss about how you can use this elliptic curve formulation for framing a Diffie-Hellman sort of formulation or for doing digital signatures. We'll discuss through examples in the follow-up lecture. But before I close, let me see if you have some queries with respect to what we discussed so far. Are there any queries? So far, so fine. So far, so good. You are able to follow what I have said so far.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So maybe if there are no further queries, I think, yep, as Shobha Rani is remarking, it's a very interesting field, in fact, and the mathematics behind this field, right, it's quite intriguing, but it's easy to comprehend as well, right? And most of the contemporary digital signature algorithms are based on elliptic curve cryptography. In specific, Bitcoin, it uses this elliptic curve digital signature algorithm. We'll be discussing about that in the next lecture, and that requires the CCC formulation as well. So it's good if we understand this formulation, and it takes some time to sink in. So if there are no further questions, thank you for joining me on day 2 of this course on blockchains. I'll see you tomorrow.